Good morning, dear teachers and students that are on the call. We would love to welcome you to this session. Thank you so much for joining. This is our O-Level Mathematics Seminar 2024, and our theme for this year is Empowering the Mathematics Education, Bridging the Learning Gap with ICT Integration. We want to thank the Ministry of Education and Sports that is collaborating together with the Renew, UICT, and then the Holistic E-Learning Platform schools that have organized this virtual seminar to ensure that the learning gap across all the schools across the country is narrowed. In today's seminar, this is going to be our agenda. We are going to have an opening prayer. We shall have some few introductions, and then we shall have the official opening of the seminar. However, the principal will come in at around 10 when we have finished our first discussion. Then we shall go on and have the discussions from the different schools. And then lastly, at around 2 p.m., we shall have this seminar closed. So that is the brief of how we are going to move through our discussion today. So I want now to ask a volunteer school that wants to lead us in a word of prayer. Any students from any of the schools that are on the call to raise up yes. Okay, Elus SS Nebi, go on.
Yes.
Unmute and then lead us.
Okay, yes. Let's humble ourselves and pray. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Father, we thank you for the gift of the new day. Father, you have protected us through the night up to this time. Father, we are very glad for your protection at this moment. Father, we call upon for your Spirit to come and be with us in this place, since we are going to start this program. Father, without your Holy Spirit, Father, we cannot do anything. But when your Holy Spirit is the one directing us, Father, we can do vigorous issues that can also be memorized in your name, Father. We call upon you to bless all the students that are going to be in this seminar, and Father, other students that are yet on the way coming. Father, may you protect them, and may you be with us all. We pray all these, believing and trusting in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Okay, amen. Thank you so much, Elus SS, for the word of prayer. Now, next, I want to just find out whether Wanyange Girls has joined. Wanyange Girls, in case you're on the call, kindly raise up the hand. I want to find out. I also want to find out whether Kashen SS has also joined. Kindly raise up your hand in case you have joined. St. Catherine, kindly raise up the hand in case you are on the call. Yes, I want to first find out. Then Imbale SS, in case you're on the call, kindly raise up your hand, and then we give you the host rights. So I wanted to first find out whether those schools have joined. But in a special way, we would love to welcome all the schools that are joining in from the different countries, from the different districts. You are most welcome, and thank you so much for joining this virtual mathematics seminar. I want to recognize those schools that have joined in. I'm seeing Ubora SS from Koboko. You are most welcome. I'm seeing St. Joseph SS Kakindu, Star SS, St. Joseph Girls in Zambia, St. Peter's, St. Maria Goret Katende, St. Luke Weed SS, Sacred Heart SS Gulu, Lubogi Ame, Pope John Paul Memorial College School, Paloketo SS, you are most welcome. Mwamba SS Ivanda, you are most welcome. Makula Union Vision, you are most welcome. Madu Seed SS from Matama Seed SS, Light Vocation Secondary School, King Solomon SS Kagadi, you are most welcome. Gul Ame Secondary Schools, you are most welcome. Bale SS, Busi SS, Elus SS, you are most welcome for the virtual mathematics seminar. We are really very happy to have you all on this call, and thank you so much for joining this virtual mathematics seminar. With the introduction of the new lower secondary curriculum, we had some changes. We had some adjustments in the setting of the mathematics paper, and I am very sure that your teachers have exposed you to the different scenario questions. They have gone on to show you, they have gone on to assess you, our dear candidates, on how we are supposed to attempt those different questions. And today, in today's seminar, we want to see how we can share that knowledge that your teachers have already shared with you, but also most importantly, how we can be able to equip ourselves and be very ready for the end of year assessment that is going to be set by UNEB. So the first thing we are going to look at is going to be the structure of the mathematics paper. How is the mathematics paper set, and what are some of the key things that we need to know? I know your teachers might have taken you through, but we are going to throw some more light for maybe schools that have not yet got exposed to some of these things, such that they can also be well informed. When we talk about the structure of the mathematics paper, one, the paper consists of now two sections. We have the section A and section B, and in total, we have 6 examination items. So the numbers or the items we have in this paper are 6 in total. But as a student, section A has 2 compulsory items, and these items are going to be set from what we call the elements of constructs. In the new curriculum, we have what we call the elements of constructs, whereby the different knowledge body are put into one topic. And within that, we are put into one group, or what we call a theme, or what we can call it the group of different items or different topics that are related. So the first element of construct, we call it numbers. And under the numbers, we shall find topics that are about numbers. And one of the topics, take an example, number bases, take an example, working with integers, rectangular Cartesian coordinates, fractions, percentages, and decimals, numerical concepts, that is surds, indices, and then the ratios and proportions. So that is about the numbers. So all those topics are under one theme or under one element of construct we call the numbers. So that means that for number one, as you are preparing yourself for the final exam, you need to be well conversant with all those topics, because a question can combine all those 6 topics, or it can contain 2 or more than that. So meaning that you need to be well conversant with the knowledge from each of those topics. Then when it comes to section A will carry 20 marks. Each of the numbers in section A carries 20 scores, or what we normally call the marks. So meaning that in section A, the total will be 40 scores, or what you call 40 marks from section A. Meaning that for any candidate that is going to be able to score an A, you need to maximize that in section A, you plan very well that within that section, at least you score more than 30 in that section, meaning that the least mark you should be able to get on number one should be 15, and the least mark you should be able to get in section B should also be 15. Then we have section B, which has 2 parts. And in each of those two parts, you must select one item. But that item you select should be the item that you are well conversant with. Look at the items that are there. So in section B, we have 4 items. So you look at those items, then select which item is very easy for me. Which item can I do as a person? So that is what we call section B. And therefore, section B is mainly composed of 2 elements of construct, what we call data and probability. And then the second section is what we call geometry and measures. So that is section B. But part 1 mainly contains item 3 and item 4. So item 3 and item 4 come from data and probability. And which topics should you know under this part? One of them is what we call data collection, what we call graphs, what we call set theory, what we call matrices, and what we call probability. This is one of the most enriching sections because all the 5 topics, all the 5 major topics under this section can be set in scenario based. You can set them in a very good task. The task can be really very good within them. So meaning that you must be able to interpret other scenarios in those different sections. Then when it comes to part 2 is where we mainly have section item 5 and item 6, which is composed of geometry and measures. So when it comes to geometry and measures, it is one of the widest sections. It has about 16 topics in it. So meaning that for it, it is very wide and it has very many topics that can be set together, that can be integrated to form a good scenario question. So in that one, you'll find things like geometry, bearings, angle properties, reflection, matrix transformation, trigonometry, vectors, circle properties, and the rest of that. So that is part 2. So for it, it has very many topics that you as a student, you need to prepare for when you are going to do those parts. Now, still also in this section, each item that you choose will also be carrying that 20 marks. Therefore, in total, also in section B, it means that you must be able to at least get 30 and above, such that you can be able to maximize and jump out with a good grade at the end of the day. So that is briefly about section B that we have to prepare. So anything you are doing, if we are targeting to get an A, then it means that we must have 30 and above, 30 and above, because remember, this paper in total, we shall be answering 4 items. And if each item is taking 20, it means that in total, we shall be having 80 scores or 80 marks at the end of the day. Meaning that now we must be very ready to be able to maximize in those different sections. So please, we must prepare very well for these particular sections such that we are very ready to maximize and come up with our A's at the end of the day. So the total time for the paper is 2 hours and 15 minutes. But how we utilize this time is very important. The 2 hours and 15 minutes, it means that we must utilize them because since you have really noticed that it is not always easy for you to complete a scenario-based question, because there are times you find yourself that these scenarios are taking a lot of time, meaning that as a student, you must plan accordingly. So each of the numbers, each of the items you are going to attempt, it means that you shouldn't spend more than 30 minutes on one item. So the maximum time you can spend on one item should be 30 minutes, such that if you plan very well, the 30 minutes for each number, it will be 2 hours. Then the rest of the 15 minutes for you to thoroughly go through your work to check that you don't have any mistakes in the work you have attempted. So when you are planning 30 minutes per number, but there are those items that you'll find a bit cheap or that are doable. So for those ones, you can at least spend a few minutes, let me say 20 minutes, but when you have really done it well. So planning and utilizing our time is going to be very key, most so starting with the mock examinations that you are going to do, such that at least you know that I have 30 minutes per number and I must utilize them. But still, even on the 30 minutes, at the end of in the middle of the session, I'll tell you that on the 30 minutes, you must also first extract 5 minutes just to first internalize and understand the task. Otherwise, it is going to be a problem if you don't. But also, I want to let you know that in all these sections, one of the most common thing that we are going to be utilizing is going to be ratios and proportions. Ratios and proportions cuts across all the 4 themes or all the 4 elements of constructs. So you can find ratios in section 1. You can find ratios in almost all numbers, meaning that one of the key topics you must understand as a student is the topic of ratios and proportions, because it has a wide range of application in the different sections or in the different elements of construct. So one of the topics that must be at your fingertips is going to be ratios and proportions. Okay, so that is briefly about this paper that we wanted to share before we dig deep into our presentations. Before we dig deep into our presentations. But we are going to be summarizing such that you can be able to do it at the end. Even we shall be sharing with you such that you are well conversant with the different sections. Okay, once again, I want to welcome those that have just joined in, but allow me to check whether Wanyange girls, you're already here. Wanyange girls, Mr. Samuel, are you on the call? Okay, I'm not seeing Mr. Samuel Wanyange. Then I want to check whether Teacher Peron, are you on the call? Teacher Peron, Kashen SS, are you on the call? Kindly unmute. Kashen, you can raise up the hand. Okay, I'm not seeing. Then Saint Catherine. Saint Catherine. Okay, Saint Catherine is here. Okay, so we are going to start with Saint Catherine. Saint Catherine is going to be our first presenters, and then we shall have to have, in case Wanyang is not yet here, we shall go on and have another school. I am seeing Imbali SS is already on the call. So Saint Catherine, kindly unmute. Saint Catherine, unmute.
So can we start?
Yes, you are good to start.
Mr. Kasaba, are you getting?
Yes, you are very clear. Go on and share your screen. Saint Catherine. So Saint Catherine is going to be taking us through number 2. Those having the seminar questions, kindly open. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So St. Catherine is coming in for number 2, and that is the number that they are doing. Okay, let me ask Kimbali SS. Okay, so let's just give a minute. But those who have just joined us, St. Catherine is going to be doing number 2 of the seminar questions. So those who have the seminar questions, kindly you open that number. It's number 2 of the seminar questions. That is the number that they want to start with. St. Catherine, let me hope, I think you are back. But as St. Catherine is coming on, I want to check whether Mbali SS, you are ready. Mbali, Mr. Elisa, you can update us. Okay. Yes, Mbali SS, you can update us.
Hello.
Yes,
Good
Mbali
morning.
SS. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, we are getting ready.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, Teacher Peron, Kashen SS. Kashen SS, Teacher Peron. Okay. I want to Kashen SS. Kashen SS. I'm not getting Kashen SS. Okay, I'm not getting Kashen SS. Yes, then let me call Wanyange girls. Are you already here? Wanyange, in case you are here, kindly raise up your hand, Teacher Samuel. Okay, Kashen SS. Oh, I think Teacher Peron has dropped. Teacher Peron has dropped. Okay. Okay, let's give them some few minutes as they get back, but still I'm going to go and give some highlights as we attempt the scenario-based questions. Let us give them some few minutes and then they get back. But as we start, allow me now still to share my screen and then we dig deep. Now, all the math items that we are going to be attempting are going to be a scenario-based items. And when we talk about the scenario-based items, as students, you need to know that a scenario is just the snapshot of an event that gives you a brief overall description of the problem that you want to solve and the one that you want to give an advice to. Therefore, when you look at the scenario-based question, there are 3 things that you need to put into consideration. 1, a scenario-based question contains what you call the knowledge. The knowledge is what you find in the syllabus books, is what you find in the environment. So whenever you get exposed to the scenario-based question, the first thing you need to understand, what knowledge? And under the knowledge, you are going to first identify, ask yourself, which topic within the syllabus is this question related to? Identify that particular topic that the question is talking about. Is the topic in ratios? Is the problem in business math? Identify that given component. 2, the practical application. All the scenario-based questions are going to be practical. they are practical, they have some environment exposure, they are relating to real life. And therefore, when you are attempting, ask yourself, which real life aspect is it related to? And then afterwards, you are going to write your answer in that specific format that they want. Some scenario-based questions will call in for graphical analysis. Some scenario-based questions will call in for your advice. Some scenario questions will call in for suggestive conclusions. So you need to find out which format, which kind of format are you going to present your answer in. Then, what key questions should you ask yourself? One, what is the question about? That is still what we call the knowledge component. What is this question about? What is the question talking about? After knowing that this question is about ratios, this question is about this, then go on and say, this question is about linear programming. You don't attempt the question before you find out which knowledge are you going to use in the topic. Because like we have said, that it will involve an integration of the different topics. So first identify all those different topics that you need for that particular question. That this question will require me to use a business math. Under business math, which areas specifically that may be it will require me to use discount, commission, higher purchase, and maybe this and this. Therefore, you'll be able to have a clue on what. So under the clue, this side where you have the clue of answering the question, then there you are going to summarize and say, these are the topics involved. Then two, what resources can I use in the question to help me answer this question? When you look at the question you are answering, what resources do I use? Under resources, I'm looking at, are you going to need a graph book or a graph paper? Do you need a specific formula? Maybe do you need a quadratic formula? Do you need a specific thing for that particular formula? Do you need a formula for simple interest or compound interest? So that is when it involves identifying the resources. So after going through your scenario, first identify the topics involved. After identifying the topics involved, go on and ask yourself, which resources do I need? That I need a graph paper, I will need this particular formula and this and this. Then after that, you ask, how am I going to present the answer? And then the lastly, how do I apply the knowledge that I have to solve this scenario? So those are some of the reflection questions you should keep on asking yourself as you attempt these scenario-based questions. Okay. Now, what are the techniques for approaching a task? Number one, understand the task. This is why we are finding a challenge. When you look at the seminar questions that were set, one of the most challenging, when you look at the seminar questions that were sent, one of the most challenging questions we found out was the question of matrices. Matrices appear to be something very usual that every child can do. But when you read that question, was one of the most demanding questions that required someone to first understand the task at hand. So whenever you receive these scenario questions, read the task more than twice. Don't panic, don't hurry to answer the question. Give me a minute, just a minute. So read the task more than twice and then be able to interpret it. Then two, highlight those key concepts with a pencil or a pen. Each of those, look at the tasks you have. Keep on highlighting that this is the one that this is the key thing. Take an example. When you receive a question that is about business math, keep on highlighting that in this question, they have mentioned discount. Here, they have mentioned higher purchase. Here, they have mentioned this. Keep highlighting those key things within the task, within the scenario, within the item, such that you know the knowledge that you are going to need. Number 2, summarize the scenario and extract all the important information that you need for that particular item. Because if you are to pass the scenario, you must summarize it. Summarize those key things that you need in that particular question. The words might be many, but what do you need? Take an example. In case you find that the scenario is about linear programming, that is the question, that is always item. Okay, it's not always, but it can be item number 2 about linear programming. Now ask yourself, which keywords are they used in the scenario? That one of the words I've seen is at least. So now when you see the word at least, in understanding the task, highlight the word at least. Then under the summary, ask yourself, at least 5. Then ask yourself, which inequality sign am I going to use? That I'm going to use greater than or equal. I've seen the word at most. What am I going to use? That I will use the sign of less than or equal, such that at least you know what you are exactly going to do. Number 3, read to understand. Avoid rushing and focus on understanding. Many of you, when you say question, you become so excited on attempting it, and at times you end up making errors. So first, don't rush to answer the question. Give it time. Give it about 5 minutes. Read it the first time, read it again until you understand it fully. The moment you rush to answer the question because you already have a clue about it, you may find that you are going to fail it, because many of these questions have what we call mixed concepts. They have mixed concepts. They have some statements that can confuse or that can be able to trick you. So first find out which tricks are within the question. So, and by doing so, it means that you'll be able to understand and be able to apply the knowledge you have already acquired. 4, plan your time well. Plan your time well. It is very key. Each number, each item, each scenario is planned for 30 minutes. And if each scenario takes you 30 minutes, it means that is the maximum time. But all scenarios may not take you 30 minutes. You may find that there are some scenarios that can even take you more than that. But how do you plan your time well? By doing the first 30 things well. The moment you do the first 30 things well, it means that you're going to be able to work within the time each of those items is supposed to take you. So please make sure you plan your time well. For tasks or for items that are not so huge, those items that you feel they are a bit cheap, those ones take less time. But for items that require you to first read again and again for you to understand, then those are the ones where you can take more than 30 minutes. Then the last one is what you call critical thinking. As you attempt these questions, critically think. This curriculum is aiming at having people who have critical thinking skills, people who can reason. Take an example. I want you to check on one of those seminar questions. Let me still use the matrix number, the number which involved the matrix. When you look at that number, it had questions that involved a lot of reasoning. Some were given in grams, and they required you to use your knowledge to convert to kilograms. Then still in the same question, they told you that there was something like concerning a cup, which didn't want you to change, but you can find students when they're changing. So it means that you first reason. Take an example. You are doing a number on statistics, and on that number, you are dealing with people. And they ask you how many people maybe are going to do this and this, and you get your answer as a point. Then you ask yourself, can we have point as a people, point for people? Maybe 40.5 people, 40.6. Then that's why you need to use your logical reasoning and critical think to say, I can't have half people, I can't have this and this. Therefore, you go on and you reason and say, instead of having 7.4 people, I cannot have, it means that this and this. So now you need to be able to identify such things such that you can be able to reason and give your answer in a very good manner. Okay, Then the other is going to be, how are we going to maximize the scores from the activities? How are we going to maximize the scores? One is what we call coherence. Coherence is very key, not only in math, but all the subjects that you are doing, dear students. All the subjects you are going to be doing. Coherence means the logic flow of your work. Make sure that your work, the way you are attempting your work, let there be a flow. Don't just jump, because some of you are very good at math. You keep on, you can find yourself jumping from one step to the last step. That one you may not be consistent. So you'll find out that there are some key steps you are jumping that are very crucial. So please and please desist from jumping steps. Write all the steps. Okay, sorry. So write all the steps. By writing all the steps, it means you are sure, because none of you knows where the mark is going to be put. So the moment you jump a step, you may find that that step you are jumping, it is the crucial step. It is the crucial step where they are going to award the marks. Meaning that when you jump it, you are going to end up missing that given mark. So make sure that your work flows. Avoid jumping steps. Let me say you find yourself maybe you have this is 2x plus 4 is equal to 3x, maybe plus 8. So since for you know already what to do, you find yourself saying x is equal to maybe x is equal to 4. So for you, maybe x is equal to -4, something like that. Please show all the step. Now you have jumped here 2 steps of collecting like terms. This step you are jumping might be the crucial step that the examiners are looking for. So instead of you jumping, even you may jump and you write your answer, but when you have made a mistake, so let your work flow. Be consistent. Let them see all the approach. Let them see that now I'm going to collect like terms. I will say 2x minus 3x plus 4 is equal to 3x minus 3x plus 8. Let your work flow such that someone marking your work, someone looking at your work may be able to follow it through. So that is what we call the coherence, the logic flow. Do not jump. Do not jump. Number 3, avoid rounding off to 0 decimal place. Some of you love, like take an example, like you have calculated the number in statistics and you have got your answers this. Maybe you have calculated the mean, the median, and the rest. So you have got your answers this. And for you say, no, the answer is 48. Please and please avoid rounding off to 0 decimal place unless the question has stated to do so, unless the question has told you that please round off to 0 decimal place. But in case it has not been called for, then there is no need for you to round off to 0 decimal place. It is really very risky for you to round off to 0 decimal place. So I advise you that always make sure you make sure that you at least write your answer to at least I've said at least 2 decimal places, at least 2 decimal places or more. In fact, 3, 4 are the best. So, but at least 2 decimal places, unless the question is specific that I want this number of decimal places. So let us be very careful. So, and even at times you'll find the numbers, and for numbers where you are using decimal places and they are continuous numbers, whereby that answer you have got, you are going to use it continuously, then the best number of decimal places are 4. Why? These ones minimize the errors in your calculations. So in case you find that you are going to have maybe x is equal to 34.857, something like this, and you are still continuing to use the same number, then write it to 4 decimal places and continue utilizing those 4 decimal places such that you are within the accuracy levels. So avoid, and that one mathematically is what we shall be calling premature approximations. So what I'm saying, avoid what we call premature approximations. Then another one, clearly show the directions. Take an example. At times they ask you to draw sketches. They say, this student moved east, and then let me say moved east, and then he turned and moved in the north, like this. and then they ask you to find out where he is. So you'll find that for such, show the directions, show that this is my east and this is my north. Avoid drawing things like this. And then you say like this. No, show the arrows, put the arrows that this person moved east and then moved to the north. In case he moved to west, you say he moved to the west and he moved downwards. In case they want us to find the shortest distance, then you draw an arrow. You draw and show that from the starting to the end point. But don't just draw a sketch that doesn't talk. Draw a sketch that talks. Then please do not forget to name the different parts, to label the axes and the rest of that. Then also be organized in your work. Let your work be very organized. Write very well. Write in a good way that everyone can based on to say that this student really deserves the marks. Then conclusion. You have noticed that many of these questions always ask for your submission. Therefore, they can ask you, do you agree with the view of the manufacturer that men and women workers are equally efficient? They may ask you, let me say, they can ask you, what is your view on this and this? Basing on this, something like that. So now it means that you must conclude with evidence. Don't just conclude and say, let me say an example. There was a question that was about fees payment, and they asked children, can your aunt be able to pay the fees? Some of you can say yes. Having a yes is not enough. Having a yes is not enough. Go on and have the evidence. What are you basing on to say yes? Then you can say that, yes, my aunt can be able or can manage to pay the school fees because of this and this. So that's what you call conclude with evidence. Don't just conclude yes and stop there. That is unopened. So you're creating a debate with the person marking you. So you just saying yes is not enough, but go on and put the evidence. What are you basically going to say that, yes, it is true. Yes, it is the shortest distance. Yes, it is this. Or no. And if at all your answer is no, then go on and give the evidence. Why are you saying no? What are you basing on to say a no? Such that at least you have a good conclusion. You will note some of these questions will require a conclusion. And you'll find that a conclusion, at times it can be allocated 2 scores, it can be allocated 4. So if for you just mention the word yes, do you expect someone to give you a 4 here? Not really. He cannot give you a 4. He can, if at all even is lenient, he can give you a 1, even not nothing. So please, let us not create debate on the answers we give, but let us always try to explain in details such that our conclusions are based on evidence. Okay. Yes, I think I'm going to take one hand from Union Vision. Union Vision, you can ask. Oh, okay. I'm failing to get okay. Okay. Now, that was something brief as we now going to dive into our presentation. There is a lot we are going to share. I'm going to be coming in and other teachers are going to be coming in to ensure that the students are well conversant and the students leave this session. So there is a lot. Every section, at the end of every section, I'm going to be sharing and other teachers. Every section we have different slides. So I'll be coming in to make sure that you understand such that we maximize the marks. I don't want any student, we don't love to see any child lose any marks because of the careless mistakes. Teacher Samuel from Iganga SS, may I just hear your voice? Wanyange girls, Teacher Samuel. Okay. Wanyange girls, Teacher Samuel. Okay. I'm failing to get Wanyange girls, but let me ask Teacher Teacher Peron, kindly let me know whether you are set. Okay, I'm failing to get Teacher Peron. Let me, okay. Okay, Mbale SS, are we set?
Yes, we are set.
Okay. There is an echo. We can try to say we can remove that echo. And also I'm saying St. Catherine. St. Catherine, be the first to share your screen and we see whether you are set now. And then Mbale SS can come in. Okay, Teacher Parent, I think also you are set.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
okay. Okay, St. Catherine, go on and share.
Good morning.
So we are going to have St. Catherine and then we shall have Kashen. Then we shall continue. Okay. St. Catherine, you are welcome. St. Catherine, can we start? St. Catherine, can we start? I think they have some technology issue. They have some technology issue. Yes, okay. I think Kashen first share and then, yes, Mr. Edison.
Hey, maybe if Kashen is ready, because Mbaleses was ready to bring their first item before.
Okay, Kashen, are you ready? Then we, okay, I think, yes, Kashen, if you are not, Kashen, or Mr. Edison, I think let us first bring in Mbale SS.
Right, let's have Mbaleses. Mr. Kaziba.
Yes, teacher, sir, we can start.
All right, Mbaleses is set.
Okay. Teacher Lisa, we can't hear the audio. Teacher Elisa, your microphone is off. But SS, your microphone is off. Mbale SS, let's have the microphone on. Let's have the microphone on. Mbale SS.
Right, sorry about that. Yes, you can continue.
Hello, everyone. My name is Apio. We are students from Valley Secondary School. We are going to present item number 2 with my colleague.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brian Tessie.
Good morning, friends. I'm very happy to be back. Good morning, friends. My name is Namalepe Challenge Page, a student from Valley Secondary School. I'm going to present my friend item 2, and I'm very privileged to be part of this. So item number 2, it is under numbers, and to make us understand the scenario very well, we have put ourselves in the scenario. Me who is speaking, I assume it is my aunt who is going to enroll me to another school since I've passed my PLA exams. And according to the scenario, they say she has a budget of 5 million. And when you look at it also, they also tell us about the means of transport that they use to take us to take me to school, which was a border. And in that, they're trying to show the motion. So she's going to demonstrate, assuming 1 point is our home. Show the campus to show that, to show the home. And then they said we move 3 kilometers west from our home. 3 kilometers west. So our west is this side. West, 3 kilometers to reach the main road. 3 kilometers to reach the main road. Also, there is the compass direction. And then when you reach to the main road, we again move 4 kilometers south to reach the school. So now this is the school, which is south, located at south of the main road, 4 kilometers. But on reaching school, I realized that there is a shortcut, the path that would lead us directly from home to school, which we do not know. And then my aunt was given the structure, the fee structure. She found out that the school fees is 3 million. Summarize it, 3 million, the school fees. The boarding fees is 1,500,000 shillings. The boarding fees. Boarding fees is 1,500,000. And the school supplies 500,000. School supplies is 500,000. But unfortunately, this school provides scholarships for those students who excel well in their PLA exams. And according to my results, I am eligible for this scholarship. Under this scholarship, they give a reduction, a discount of 50% on school fees, of which this discount will be not known. So better that's right. 50% discount against the school fees, which was 3 million, and a reduction of 200,000 shillings on boarding fees, and also the voucher for 150,000 for school supplies. Someone may be asked, what is the voucher? A voucher is like a piece of paper that you're given to pay for something or part of it instead of using money. So we've given a voucher which is worth shilling 150,000. On top of this also, we were given, there are two options. There are two payment options on top of this. First payment option, 2 installments, pay 250, which is 2 of 5 of the school fees at the beginning of the term and the remaining balance before the midterm exam. And then the second option is 4 installments, pay equal amounts at the beginning of the term, before midterm exam, after midterm, and before final exam. Those were the two options provided by the school upon paying all the expenses. First payment, the first option, they say pay 250 of the school fees at the beginning. Two out of 5. Of the school. And then the balance before midterm exam. The balance is before midterm exam. Midterm exam. Then the second option, the same pay for equal installment. For installment, second option.
Not have that time. Side on one, but you can tell them there are other methods.
Option 2 for installment. Then they're saying pay.
Which number do you want to do different?
At the beginning of the term.
Can you see what you want about the two functions?
At the beginning of the term. And I remain at the beginning of the term before midterm exam.
And you keep quiet.
After midterm.
If you don't keep quiet, you'll not get anything.
After midterm exam.
You know, these speakers are still up now to operate. You have to be very
before final
silent.
exam. So we are going to the task. That is the summary of what the scenario is telling us. That is the major important information that we have extracted from the scenario question. So we are going to the task, which Brother Baraza is going to present for you. Task A, they are saying what is the distance from your home to the school using the direct path.
One. So let me do task A. What's the distance from your home?
The speaker.
The school using the direct path. So yeah, we look at our diagram given that 3 kilometers. And therefore you have given a short time. So we take a pause and here we shall use the Pythagoras theorem as the simplest whereby we subtract our key. So that's our key. And the method of that when you go ahead to state down the Pythagoras theorem as x squared plus b squared is equal to c squared. X squared plus b squared is equal to c squared. Whereby our a is 3. Whereby 9 plus 16. Whereby answer now. Go down ahead and
FM 10 Bluetooth.
Maybe to add on this task A, basing on the motion, our movement was a sort of the right angle triangle. So here we looked at which one is which looks to be the longest side, which was our shortcut, the one we have adopted. We have not used the old line. So we looked at it, and so we are applying Pythagoras theorem because we want to make sure that under Pythagoras theorem, the square root of c is equal to the sum of the other two, of 3 squared and 4 squared. That's why we applied Pythagoras theorem, because it came out as sort of a right angle triangle. And also to add on that, like this. When we have a right angle triangle, we have what we call the adjacent, the hypotenuse, and the opposite, whereby you assume that this is the angle 90 degrees, which means that the angle is here, which means that this is opposite, and this is adjacent, and this is the hypotenuse. Whereby the sum of adjacent plus the leg that leg beside this thing, and this side BA, and this side B. And you know that the longest side equals the total sum of B squared plus S squared.
Allow me to intervene. Excuse me. Allow me to intervene a bit. Yes. Now, dear schools, kindly take notes. Kindly take notes. Look at how Mbale has concluded for part 1. So when you are concluding, let me ask the girl to first move, the girl that is obstructing the answer. When you are making a conclusion, make sure you make a good conclusion. Do not only stop where you are saying 5 kilometers is equal to C. That one is not enough. So you must conclude the way she has concluded, that the distance using the direct path is 5 kilometers. That's how to make a good conclusion. So do not just say C is equal to 5 kilometers, because at times some of you do not present what C is. So you must make a conclusive conclusion that the distance is 5 kilometers. I'm also going to ask Mbale, take me back to your drawing. Take me to the drawing, the sketch you made, your sketch. Now on the sketch, when you look at their sketch, you can see that they missed out putting the arrows to show the direct route. So when you look at the drawing, so I'm going to ask them, show the arrows to show the direction that the person moved to the west, then moved to the south, and then show us the direct route. Yes. Yes. Then put some arrows to show the direct route. Perfect. Yes. So now that's what we call a working sketch. The directions are shown and also you can be able to see the arrows. So the use of those arrows is to show us the direction, and then the use of the lines they have drawn is to represent the size that it represents 3 kilometers. So your drawing your sketch should look like that. Even feel free to put a 90 to show that it forms a right angle triangle. Thank you, Mbali SS. We can proceed.
We take on to
Okay, now we are going to calculate the total amount that my aunt is going to pay since qualify for that scholarship. So we first have to find the discount that we're given on school fees. So you write 50% out of 100 times 3 billion, which was the total amount of school fees. So we end up getting 1,500,000 as the discount. So after we have got that discount, we now come back and say the total school fees, which was 3 million minus the discount of 1,500,000. So my aunt will end up paying 1,500,000 as school fees.
Speakers.
That's 1,500,000. We shall get 1,500,000 as the total school fees that the aunt will pay. When we come to boarding fees, remember boarding fees on the according to the scholarship, we're given a reduction of 200,000. And we're supposed to pay a total of 1,500,000. So we get we are going to get boarding fee. Boarding fee. So we are going to find out the amount of money my aunt is going to pay for the boarding fee. But remember the total amount of boarding fee was 1,500,000. Reduction of 200,000. So we are going to get that 1,500,000 minus that 200,000. One million 300,000. So you come down and say 1,500,000 minus the reduction that we given under the scholarship is 200,000. So the aunt will end up paying shillings. So the aunt will end up paying 1 million. $1,300,000 as the body fee paid. Then we go to get to the school supply. Remember that school supplies were given a voucher, which was worth shilling 150,000. So to get that total, so we're going to the school supply. The school supply, which was of 500,000, and we were given a payment voucher, which was worth 150. So we get 500,000 minus the 150 that we're given, paid through the voucher and the scholarship. 150,000. So we get that total price, just come down, right? 500,000. 500,000 minus 150. We shall end up paying, the answer will end up paying 350,000. But the answer will end up paying the school supply. So since they want all the total expenses that the aunt will pay, we shall come back and add that the total the school fees, the boarding fee, and the school supply. When we add all that, we shall come to a total of 3,150,000. It is 3,150,000 as all the total expenses. 3,150,000. Right. To be 3,150,000. That is the total school expenses that my aunt will pay. So Roman number 2 of part B, they're saying, can your aunt afford the school expenses based on her budget? So the answer is yes, because the total school expenses is less than the budget less than the budget that the auntie has, which will leave her with a surplus of 1,850,000. Meaning she can afford. So we are also demonstrating using the calculation, so you can subtract the total budget, 5 million, minus the total expenses, which is 3,150,000. So the surplus that the aunt will be left with will be 1,850,000. That is the best evidence that we can use to justify our answer that yes, the aunt will manage to pay. Will manage to pay the school expenses based on her budget, because at the end of the day she will be left with a surplus. So our sister who is writing is going to take us through part C, Roman 1, and to chip in as well. For those paying the full amount, purchase the amount paid per installment for each payment option. Remember that our first option was 2 installments, pay 2/5 of the school fees at the beginning of the term, and the remaining balance before the midterm exam. And the second option was 4 installments, pay equal amount at the beginning of the term, before midterm exam, after midterm, and before final exam. As our friend is doing right here, this payment options for those who these payment options are for those who are going to pay full school fees amount. The first payment option there, 2/5 of the school fees, whereby the school fees is 3 million. Whereby when we multiply and our answer was 1,200,000. 1,200,000. That's the money that's supposed to pay at the beginning. That's the money that's supposed to pay at the beginning of the term. Then to get the remaining balance, we are going to get the 3 million. Then we subtract it with the payment, the money that's supposed to pay at the beginning of the term. It will be 3 million minus 1,200,000 shillings. The balance before the balance is supposed to pay before the midterm will be, we are going to get the money for the school fees. Minus the money is going to the money which are paid at the beginning of the term, which is 1,200,000 shillings. So that's the money that these people who are going to pay the full fees amount are supposed to pay before the midterm exam. Then the second option for installment, pay equal amount at the beginning of the term, before midterm exam, after midterm, and before final exam. That means that the money which are supposed to pay must be equal. The money which are supposed to pay must be equal, which is for installment. Whereby we are going to get the full school fees, 3 million, divided by 4 installments. The money will be 750,000. So that's the money that they are supposed to pay. They will pay equal amount of 750,000 at the beginning of the term. Then the same money at the midterm exam. Then the same money after midterm exam, and the same money before final exam. Then we are going to the second option. For those who are going to pay for installment. Then on past 3, Roman 2, they're asking that which payment option you recommend and why. I think I recommend these people, the best option will be option 1 because it enables parents allocate their funds to other areas which will generate more income to be used to pay the balance. Would you recommend and why? For me, what I think is that the best option is option 1 because it enables parents allocate their funds to other areas which would generate more income to be used to pay the balance. Like this second option is tiresome, where you pay 750,000 and which is also tiresome. But when you take the first option, because if you take the first option, the money that you pay, it will the least amount will not take you more time to look for it because you have enough time to look for it and your child can't be disturbed.
I would also like to add an explanation to right because some parents option 2 it's simple that the same interprets with parents. Because whereby we have a term of 13 weeks means that at an interval to calculate actually at an interval where this money is paid, you have to pay this money from about 2 weeks in order to complete the money. Whereby the first interval gives us that, for example, when a student is reported to school, he or she is given money that is at least, and whereby it also adds us the first one, also adds us that the remaining balance can be paid even before midterm exams. Whereby that interval between, like, for example, if you have midterm exams first week and the exam you have them gives parents that credibility of paying fees done within that and also the thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you so much, Bale SS, for the wonderful presentation.
I would recommend the parents them to use option 2 because it tries to reduce stress because when you look at the total amount of school fees that is supposed to pay 3 million, it looks so big for some parents. So by simplifying it to be paid for in 4 installments, which is 750, it's much easier for some parents. That's all we had on item 2. Thank you very much. That's all we had for you for item number 2. We remain.
Okay, thank you so much. I saw some schools that had questions. In case you have a question on that particular number, kindly raise up your hand in case there's any question before the students leave the stage. I'm seeing Dale is trying to raise up the hand. Teacher of Dale, the person having Dale. I don't know, as if there is a question. Dale, I saw a student who was trying to raise up the hand. Okay, I'm saying yes, because the SS you can unmute. Because the SS you can unmute and ask.
My question is take you back on the other part of bearing. What if I use the short distance using the rule and I don't go through the Pythagoras theorem? Can't I get the real answer?
Oh, okay. Thank you for that question. Now, always first read the question. Like I told that for these scenario questions, you need to first read and understand. When they tell you that, what is the distance from your home to the school using the direct path? When you use the bearing, it means you must draw an accurate drawing. But do not forget, you must budget for your time very well. You must budget for your time very well. So you can use that approach. It can be very fine. It is very okay. But now the question was saying, what is the distance? It was not find the distance. So those are two different questions. So what is the distance and find the distance? So finding the distance, you can use any of the option, but what is the distance? It means that they wanted you to mainly use the application of the Pythagoras theorem. But any approach you use, you can get the 5 kilometers, but always look at the scores indicated onto the question and the time that you have. Otherwise, when you go into the graphical approach, you'll find yourself that you're going to take about maybe 5 minutes, 6 minutes coming up with the drawing. And at the end of the day, you are taking a lot of time on something you can do easily. But do not forget that also we are looking at you. How are you applying the knowledge? How are you applying the knowledge? But that approach can be okay. But the marks will determine and the time you have to go through the measuring process. Yetula SS. Yetula SS.
Yes, my question is like, I want my fellow learners to explain for us item, how to say this one, task in item number 3, like calculate the amount paid in per installment for each payment option. I didn't understand question, how is this one, option number 2. So I want my fellow learners to explain to me.
Okay. Mbale SS, throw more light.
Okay. Okay. The Roman number 1 of part C was saying for those paying the full school fees amount. For those paying full school fees amount, calculate the amount paid per installment of each payment option. So this one, the calculation, we went back to the payment options that we were provided. One, they said 2/5 of the school fees, meaning that 2 out of 5 of the school fees, which is 3 million. Because remember, these ones are paying school fees, the full school fees, they are not being given any scholarships. So 2, so it's right there. 2 out of 5 of the 3 million. Remember, they are paying 3 million, they were not given any scholarships. and we ended up getting 1,200,000. So since the question is saying per installment, the first payment option, they were given 2 installments. So this one, we have got the 1,200,000. We are going to pay, shall be paid in the first installment at the beginning of the term. Then the balance, we got the total school fees minus this, and which gave us 1,800,000, which will be paid before midterm exam. And then we went to the payment option 2, whereby it was given to be paid, the school fees to be paid in 4 installments. So since they are saying in 4 installments, we get the school fees, the total of 3 million divided by the 4. So don't start wondering where we got the 4. We got the 4 from the payment option number 2, where they were saying that it shall be paid in 4 installments. At the beginning of the term, before midterm exams, after midterm, and before final exams. That's why we divided the 4. And we got 750. Hope you understood.
Okay, thank you so much, Mbale SS. I think we are going to have the last question from Biguli S. Biguli. Oh, sorry, Biguli. Oh, okay. I think we are fair. Yes, Biguli.
We are not getting well the questions. Just to request that the cameraman should reach on the board when they are calculating the calculations.
Oh, okay. Well noted. Well noted. Okay. But I'm also going to, okay, we shall receive some photos and we shall have the solutions uploaded. We shall have everything. Sorry about the camera, but I know for the next question, Mbale is going to be very clear. Okay, yeah. Thank you so much. I want to thank you so much, Mbale SS, for the wonderful presentation. Okay, teacher Azola, you can unmute. Okay, sorry, I think we are losing on you. But in case of another question, we can put it in the chat. We shall be able to respond and the teachers on the call will be able to provide the answer. But I want to first check whether the principal from the Ministry of Education is ready. Mr. Ronald, are you in position to talk? Okay. You are not clear. You are not clear.
Let me.
Okay, perfect, perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are very clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Ronald, you are very clear.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kaziba, for connecting us together. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to be joining you this morning. I want to welcome all the students and all the teachers from wherever you are connecting from. And it is exciting to see many of you joining in this online seminar. My name is Ronald Dungu. I'm a Principal Education Officer in the Ministry of Education and Sports. As well, I'm in charge of secondary schools in West Nile and Acholi region. Also, one other role I play in the ministry is to coordinate my colleagues to make sure that we deploy and transfer teachers as and when need arises. So I'm happy that I'm joining you this morning, and I hope to be here until the end of the seminar. I'm a physics maths teacher by training, but right now I work at the Ministry of Education. I'm also a member of the Digital Agenda Committee that is developing a policy on integration of ICTs in schools. And as a ministry, we would love to see that all the schools can be able to integrate technology so that the learners leave our schools when they are tech savvy, an example of which you are showing by connecting this morning. I bring you greetings from all the members in the ministry, from the minister to the commissioners to everyone. And we are excited to see that the schools are collaborating together, you are working together, which is very important to us to see that we continue close the learning gap. The new lower secondary curriculum will become very difficult for us to implement if we do not talk to each other, if we do not share, if we do not research as institutions and come out to share, collaborate, so that we all are able to teach in the same way and to learn the same thing. So I want to urge all the schools that are connecting here to continue the collaboration. Even offline, collaborate with the schools near you and make sure that you work together. I want to congratulate all the schools that have been able to connect because you are showing that you are open to learning, you are open to sharing, and let us continue working together. A seminar like this is a climax of all the work that has been going on in your schools, and I'm sure quite a lot has gone on while you were preparing the presentations. But even those who are not going to present, I know you have gone through the questions and you are here to confirm that your research was well done. So I would love to congratulate you on that, and let us keep working together. I know that there will be 3 weeks after this seminar that will bring lessons every day from 5 p.m. And last year, we were able to see schools joining in at 5 and leaving at 7, which meant that the learning was good and the students liked working together. So even this year, we hope to see that you join once again in those lessons, and the teachers who teach are the same teachers in your schools. So we want to encourage the teachers to sign up so that they conduct lessons. And that is also a learning area for you as teachers, but also it is a way of closing the learning gap for us as schools. As the Ministry of Education will continue supporting such initiatives that bring together all the schools, and we hope that this will continue. So I want to thank Holistic Learning Platform, UICT, Renew, for giving us this chance to connect. And I just want to say that Renew has now a product, which is a solar-powered router, which will help our schools, even those in the rural areas where we don't have electricity, to connect online so that they study with us. So we pray that we get funding so that we get more of those solar-powered routers reaching even the most remote school so that we can connect together as schools. I want to thank you and wish you good deliberations. I'll be here to see your presentations and probably come back at the very end when you're closing. Thank you, Mr. Kaziba, and enjoy the seminar. Over to you, Mr. Kaziba.
Okay. Thank you so much, Principal from the Ministry of Education, and we are really very grateful for all the support and for bringing out this.
Mr. Kaziba, over to you. Mr. Kaziba, over to you. Is Mr. Kaziba there?
I don't know, we can't We can't hear Mr. Kaziba. At least
But did you hear my communication?
Mr. Unfortunately, we can't hear Mr. Kaziba this side, but you've been
Yeah,
able
we
to.
had your communication, sir. We are grateful. It's like he has lost connection.
Okay. I think we need to continue. Mbale had presented. Wanyanga was going on next. Wanyanga, are you there?
Okay, Wanyanga still has some few challenges.
Oh, Mr. Kaziba, you are back.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. I was calling in for Kashen. Kashen.
Yes, please.
Okay, Kashen, go on and make your presentation.
Good morning to all of you. We are Kashin Secondary School from Rukuti District, and we shall present item 11 with our students.
They haven't turned on their video.
Okay. They are going to be sharing a screen. They're going to be sharing a screen, and I think it is loading. Okay, good.
Good morning, all of you members. My name is Navasa Faith Gezawins. We are students from Kashing Secondary School, Rukunzi District, Senior 4, and we are so much excited to be in this seminar. We are presenting item 11, which is about data and probability. So, here is the item. To read. A baker is preparing for a local community event. She needs to bake several types of cakes. However, she has to ensure she has the correct quantities of ingredients for each. Below are the types of cakes she plans to bake and their required quantities of ingredients. Chocolate cake. It requires 3 cups of flour, 2 cups of sugar, 4 eggs, and 1 cup of mixed ingredients per cake. Vanilla cake. It requires 4 cups of flour, 3 cups of sugar, 3 eggs, and 2 cups of mixed ingredients per cake. Red velvet cake. It requires 5 cups of flour, 2 cups of sugar, and 1 cup of mixed ingredients per cake. Lemon cake. It requires 2 cups of flour, 2 cups of sugar, 3 eggs, and 1 cup of mixed ingredients per cake. Then the baker has been asked to bake a total of 10 chocolate cakes, 8 vanilla cakes, 6 red velvet cakes, and 5 lemons. So that is the scenario. So when we got the task A reads, form a matrix, show the quantities of ingredients required for each type of cake. Task B, she wants to calculate the total quantity of each ingredient she will need for the event. So help the baker using your knowledge of matrix multiplication. Task C, If each kilogram of flour goes for Uganda shillings 8,000, each kilogram of sugar goes for Uganda shillings 5,000, and each egg goes for Uganda shillings 300, and a cup of mixed ingredients goes for Uganda shillings 6,000. Find how much she will spend on making the cakes, considering that each cup with the ingredients weighs 250 grams. So that is the scenario we are tasked to work on. And from our understanding, we have found out that there are topics like matrices, business mathematics. Yeah, that's the topics that we are going to apply in answering this question. So we are going to task A.
On task A, we are required to formulate a matrix to form quantities of ingredients of each type of a cake. Here, we shall first formulate a table. This will be type of a cake will be in a column form and ingredients will be in a row form. Having on our column of the cakes, we have chocolate cake, vanilla cakes, red velvet cakes, and lemon cakes. Then on the ingredient side, we have flour in cups, sugar in cups, number of eggs, and mixed ingredients in cups. And on chocolates, there are 3 cups of flour. Still on chocolate, there is 2 cups of sugar. Number of eggs, there are 4 eggs, and mixed ingredients is 1 cup. On vanilla cakes, we have 4 cups of flour, we have 3 cups of sugar, we have 3 eggs, and 2 cups of mixed ingredients. Then we have red cakes. We have 5 cups of flour, we have 2 cups of sugar, we have no eggs, and we have 1 cup of mixed ingredients. Lemon cake, we have 2 cups of flour, we have 2 cups of sugar, 3 eggs, and 1 cup of mixed ingredients. There we shall formulate a matrix. Formulating this matrix, it will be a 4x4 matrix. This matrix, a 4x4 matrix, is the one to be formulated on part A because the question requires a matrix to show quantities of ingredients required for each type of a cake, and the above information in the table shows the ingredients for each type of a cake. Therefore, our matrix will be a 4x4 matrix. Then going on part B, the question states, she wants to calculate the total quantity of each ingredient she will need for the event. And they are saying that we help the baker using knowledge of matrix multiplication. Having obtained a matrix, show ingredients to make each cake in each case. Now they are requiring us to get the total quantity. Going to obtain the total quantity of each item, of each cakes in this, we shall first formulate another matrix from our question. In our scenario, we had that a baker has been asked to bake a total of 10 chocolate cakes, 8 vanilla cakes, 6 red velvet cakes, and 5 lemon cakes. we shall obtain our matrix in this form. We shall have our matrix in which will be a one by 4 matrix. This matrix will be a 1 by 4 matrix. This matrix will include total number of cakes, of chocolate cakes, 8 vanilla cakes, 6 red velvet cakes, and we shall have 5 lemon cakes. That will be our matrix. And when we are going to matrix multiplication, in matrix multiplication, we consider the order of matrix when we are multiplying. As we are seeing, our first matrix, which is 10, 8, 6, and 5, it is a 1 by 4, and we are multiplying it to a 4 by 4. Then this shows that our resultant matrix will be a 1 by 4 matrix. As we are multiplying in multiplying matrices, we multiply item in a row form with item in a column form. Then we shall get 10 times 3 plus 8 times 4 we shall get 10 times 3 plus 8 in bracket 8 times 4 plus bracket 6 times 5 brackets 5 times 2. That will be our first phase, and we shall then go to with our first column, and we shall then go to 10 times 2 brackets plus 8 times 3 plus shall get 10 times 2.
Teacher, excuse me, dear students.
Times 2.
I want
times
to.
2. This will be our second.
Okay, I may need to intervene in a bit. I want to intervene.
This will be our second column. And to our third column, 4 plus 8 times 3 plus 6 times 0 plus 5 times 3. This will be our third column. Going on our fourth column, we shall get 10 times 1, 8 times 2 plus 6 times 1, then plus 5 times 1. Having solved the above calculations, we shall get 102.
I may allow me to
on our column of.
Excuse me. Allow me to intervene.
79.
Allow me to intervene. Yes, I want to intervene. Kindly. I want to intervene. I want to come in. Yes, allow me to come in. There is something we need to work on that particular number. Allow me to come in. Yes. Now, let me first make the submission. Kindly take us to the first, kindly take us back to the other slide. Now, dear students, we are going to do this number together because I want us to first identify one of the errors that was being made. So when you look at this number, when we are multiplying these matrices, we need to be very, very careful. We need to be very, very careful because this matrix number, it seems to be a bit very obvious, but it is one of the most tricky numbers in that seminar questions. It's not the usual matrix that you have been seeing. So I want to intervene by, in fact, even sharing my screen such that we can do it together from either my ends such that we can see where the error is. When you look at that matrix, the matrix were extracted very well. However, when it comes to this particular number, you needed to understand. That's why it said that before you attempt many of these scenario questions, you need to first understand. Otherwise, you may end up doing something that is not very right. The school, they extracted for us very well the matrix, which was very okay. So you had the 3, they had the 2, they had the 4 and the 1. This was for the chocolate. Discussion, go on. Okay. Gul Ame.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We have this question, and the question is saying, form a matrix to show the quantities of ingredients required for each type of the cake. And some moderator, you are telling the learners that if we are to handle this number, we are to use the matrix. The way you have formed the matrix is not the right way to go. We are now looking at the quantity of making a cake for the all of it, based on what you have shown us on the slide. Yet, when you look at the question here, it's telling us form a matrix to show the quantities of ingredients required for each type. So if it is for each type, we ought to go with that, we are saying the cake and so on, we have to invert it so that we have something opposite of that. In that we are going to have the C, as you label them C, in the upside, and then the other side we are now taking us to be the arrows, to be the quantity like a flour, the cup, and I mean the flour, sugar, eggs, and the mixed ingredients to be on the arrow side. Then at the top there, where you indicated the flour to be interchanged so that we can have that number to come out according to the question. So that we have 1 by 4 to act, not 4 by 1. Thank you.
Okay, good. I mean, which, okay, then Cynthia.
First of all, the 1 by 4 will work because when you get the 10 into the 3, then the 8 will go into the 4, which means the 8, which is for the vanilla, will go with the 4, which is for the vanilla this side. So which means we have to use this matrix, not the 4 by 1. Yeah.
Okay. Kasha, let's continue.
Do we continue, sir?
Continue.
Then, having obtained this matrix, which our final matrix will be a 1 by 4 matrix. Therefore, as our question required us to get the total quantity of the ingredients to be used in the event. Therefore, the baker will need 102 cups of sugar, of flour, 66 cups of sugar, 79 eggs, and 37 cups of mixed ingredients. All of these will be needed for the event, thus making our part B complete. Then we have task C.
So we go to task C. Back to the question. Task C is requiring us that if each kilogram of flour goes for Uganda shillings 8,000, each kilogram of sugar goes for Uganda shillings 5,000, and each egg goes for Uganda shillings 300, and a cup of mixed ingredients goes for Uganda shillings 6,000. You have to take note that they are saying that a cup of mixed ingredients costs Uganda shillings 6,000, not a kilogram. For a kilogram, it is for flour and sugar, but for ingredients, it is 1 cup, and for eggs, it is 1 egg, which costs 300. So they want us to find out how much she will spend on making the cakes, considering that each cup with the ingredients weighs 250 grams. So 1 cup contains 250 grams. Remember, they have given us the costs for the ingredients in kilograms. So we shall have first convert the grams into kilograms. So as we know that 1 gram is equal to 1 out of 1,000 kilograms. This means that 250 grams will be equal to 0.001 times 250, which will give us 0.25 kilograms. And this means that 1 cup of the ingredients contains 0.25 kilograms. So, as they want the total expenditure, we use 2 methods to get the total expenditure. One is this one for calculating directly. So 1 cup, when we go to expenditure on flour, 1 cup contains 0.25 kilograms. This means that 102 cups which are needed by the baker weighs 0.25 times 102, which will give us 25.5 kilograms. And we know that 1 kilogram costs Uganda shillings 8,000. Then expenditure on sugar. 1 cup contains 0.25 kilograms. And remember, the baker requires 66 cups. No, so this one will weigh 66 times 0.25, which will give us 16.5 kilograms. And from the task, they have said that 1 kilogram costs Uganda shillings 5,000. Then we go for expenditure on eggs. They have said that 1 egg costs Uganda shillings 300. So 79 eggs, they will cost 79 times 3. No, 1 egg costs Uganda shillings 300, and the baker requires 79 eggs. When we go for mixed ingredients, 1 cup costs Uganda shillings 6,000, and the baker requires 37 cups. So when we use matrix multiplication, because from above we have been using matrix, so we have tried to use the method of matrix multiplication to find out the total expenses for the baker. So we shall have first have the quantity matrix. This, and we multiply it with the cost matrix. The quantity matrix, we have 25.5 kilograms of flour, 16.5 kilograms of sugar, 79 eggs, and 37 cups of mixed ingredients. And then we multiply them in 1 kilogram costs 8,000 of flour. Then sugar, 1 kilogram costs 5,000. 1 egg costs 300, and then 1 cup of mixed ingredients costs 6,000. So to get the total, we shall have, here is the working. It will be 25.5 times 8,000 plus 16.5 times 5,000 plus 79 times 300, and then 37 times 6,000. This will give us 204,000 plus 82,500 plus 23,700 plus 222,000. This will give us a total of 532,200. So we shall conclude saying that the baker will have a total expenditure of Uganda shillings 532,200 on making the cakes. So there, task C is done. And so you may be wondering that how can we apply the knowledge of this scenario into our daily life? So for example, we have matrices. Matrices are used when arranging desks in the class, as you know that in class, we arrange desks in columns and rows. So this is where matrices are applied in our daily life. Also, when you are arranging your goods in a business enterprise, you will be having columns and the rows. Then matrix multiplication can be used to calculate business calculations. For example, when you are going to give balances, you have to know the total cost which you have got, and you will need the total balance to give back to the customer. So you will use this method of calculations to get the balances, to know your profits, know your losses, and the costs of the sales. So that is how we can apply this knowledge from the scenario into our daily life. So as I conclude, I wish you success, my fellow candidates, in the forthcoming exams. Thank you.
I remain Mami Aaron alongside Navasa.
Thank you so much, Kashin.
From Kashing Secondary School.
Okay, thank you so much, Kashin, for the presentation. In case we have schools that have a question, kindly raise up your hand. When we are dealing with matrix, do not forget that we shall always multiply row by the column. Yes, Bigodi SS. Bigodi SS. Okay. Okay. Solid Rock High School. Oh. Solid Rock, go on. Okay, I'm failing to get Solid Rock. Bigoli Secondary School, Kamwenge. Okay, I think we are failing. We are failing to. So please, I saw a comment. Someone was saying that this is old curriculum. Not really. Some of these topics can also be applied in the new curriculum. They're applicable questions, but you just need to understand the scenario. You need to understand the scenario at hand and then learn how to multiply. When it comes to the new curriculum, do not forget that there are various ways you can do that question. So students also who went on and did it in the other way. Okay. So students who went and did this, students who went on and did it this way, please also you were right. You get the same answers. If you went on and had your matrix like this. Okay, just a minute. students who had the matrix like this, 3, 2, 4, 1, 4, 3, 3, 2, 5, 2, 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, and 1. And then you multiply by 10, 8, 6, 5. Also, your answers were right. So if you do it like this, it means that for you, you'll get a 4 by 1. So still you get the same answer here. So don't worry. So those who did it like this, please, you are very correct. And also those who did the other approach, you are also very correct. But the most key thing now you need to remember is that when they started the converting from grams to kilograms, do not forget that for sugar, for the mixed ingredients, the question was specific. They told that 1 cup was costing 6,000. So for that particular one, you don't need to go on and convert the number of cups you got into kilograms and the rest of that. So you had to leave your cup, you had to just multiply your cups, the 79 cups I think we had, times the amount you had. So there was no need for you to convert. So that one, it was one of the tricks, because some of the schools that tried, they tried to convert also the cups to sugar, the cups to kilograms. So that was one of the things that I wanted to pick out, converting, but also please make sure you make a good conclusion. So for matrix, we can mix it with money, and it can also be mixed with other things. So this was a bit direct to help you, but next time they may hide the word matrix multiplication. But the moment you see a number concerning matrix, then you need to bring in the knowledge on how we can deal with matrix. Okay, I think, let me check in the chat. For those who missed out some answers, you received the recording. That one shouldn't worry you. We shall have the recording sent out after the session. Okay, Busia SS, I don't know, I'm failing to, let me get Busia. Yes, or you can also convert the kilograms to the cups. Okay, I want to ask Wanyang, are you ready now? Wanyang? Okay. Okay, St. Catherine? St. Catherine?
Yes. Yes, let's start.
Yes.
But you allow me to share the screen.
Yes, you are allowed.
St. Catherine, we are discussing layer. Chicken farmer decided to weigh a sample of 800 eggs on his farm and classify them according to their mass in grams. To optimize the packing process is as follows. Here we are having a table showing grams. One hundred for
Okay, I think we have lost St. Catherine. St. Catherine, let's give them a minute. But as they get back, I think I am going to talk about statistics as they get back. Now, St. Catherine, I think, are you back? Okay, but as they get back, I want to talk about statistics. St. Catherine, just let me know whether you're okay. Now, okay, so the number, what they are doing, I want to throw some light more so on those numbers concerning statistics. Now, when it comes to statistics, I think your teachers have told you and you have got a bit exposed to the statistics questions. So when it comes to statistics questions, you're going to find out that at the end, many of those questions will be asking you to draw a statistical graph. But how do you choose which type of graph to use? Because we have very many. Now, when they talk about statistical graphs, we are looking at how can we represent the data we have such that the members can be able to understand the pattern, can be able to understand the relationship, can be able to understand the trend. That's what we call a statistical graph. So the common types of statistical graphs or charts that we have, these are some of the common ones that we have. There are 7 at your level. Some of these ones, you have covered them in senior 1. Others, you have covered them in senior 3. So how do you determine that for this question requires me to use a bar chart? This question requires me to use a line graph. This question requires me to do this. So that's where I want to concentrate first as we dive into these questions. Now, for bar chart, line graph, you covered this one in senior 1 when you are looking at data. Scatter plot, you covered or you looked at what we call scatter graphs in senior 3. That was also when you're looking at ratios and proportions. You looked at pie chart, that was in senior 1. Pictogram, that was also senior 1. Histogram and the cumulative frequency curve, this was senior 3 when you're looking at data. But always the questions will not specify, but you as a student, you must know that this is the kind of graph that I need for this particular number. But how do you determine that this is the graph that I need for this particular number? Now, when we come to graphs, they are categorized into 5 things. And these 5 things are the ones that determine which kind of graph you are going to draw, depending on the question that you have at hand. Some graphs, we have graphs that require the distribution. We have graphs that are for comparison. We have graphs that are for composition. We have graphs that are for relationship. And then the last ones will show you the kind of trend. So each of these ones, it will depend on the kind of scenario you have at hand in order for you to come up with that given particular graph. And what does it depend on? So how do you know that this question is about distribution? How do you know? And which kind of graph am I going to come up with? So when it comes to distribution, which kind of graph do I come up? So distribution means like things of sharing. What do I come up with? What about when I'm comparing? When I'm looking for the trend, then each of them has a different type. So these stats graphs, they have some elements that we need to follow always. And therefore, this is where we need to come up with. Now, we know very well in senior 1, you looked at 2 different types of data. You looked at what we call the quantitative data and what we call the qualitative data. Each of those data sets calls for a unique graph, depending on the nature of, depending on what you are doing. When it comes to quantitative data, we say that quantitative data is that data that can be measured. So things that you can measure is what we call the quantitative data. Things that you can count, it falls under what we call quantitative data. Then when it comes to qualitative data, these are the things you can describe. Take an example, color. You can describe the color that this is green, this is yellow, and the rest of that. So when the data is a measured data. Take an example, you are looking at height. The height of a person can be measured. When you are looking at things, let me say height can be measured. You are looking at the mass of weight, those things that can be measured. They rely under what you call the quantitative data. But things you can describe, they rely under what you call the qualitative data. So how do you know? So when you are dealing with data that is quantitative in nature, take an example, data that involves you to find a trend over a given period of time, it means that you need a line graph. For data that requires comparing categories, you need a bar chart. Histogram is for distribution of continuous things. When it comes to scatter plot, it means that you are looking at the relationship existing between two variables. When you are looking at ogive, it is mainly used when you are trying to estimate something, maybe percentage, people who are scoring over this and the rest of that. Then for pie chart, this one is mainly used for displaying proportions of different categories. And how do you know that this is the question, that for this particular question, this is how I'm supposed to do it? Now, for the different questions, I've given you some sample questions that can guide you when you see them, that can help you to know that this is the type of graph that I will need to do. Take an example. The teacher wishes to know the number of students who scored above 80. Help him or her to estimate the number of students. Imagine this is your task. Now, for this particular task, whenever you see that they want you to get above, below, over, and the rest of that, it means that in order for you to come up with an estimate, you will need what you call an ogive. Another one, so this one, it requires you to have an ogive, or what you call the cumulative frequency curve. The deputy teacher advised the teacher to always start the morning lesson when at least 60% of the students are present, based on the time the lesson should start. This was one of the scenario questions that involved the students who were coming in for their morning preps, but they wanted to know when at least 60%. So whenever you see something that requires estimation, the quickest graph that should come into your mind here should also be an ogive. Based on the evidence, describe the relation between the value of the car and the age of the car. Imagine they have given you data and they want you to estimate. Now for this one, since you are having two variables that are changing, you have the value of the car changes, because you know that as time goes on, the value of car keeps on depreciating as its age. So here you have the value of the car. In case, let me say today we are in June, we have July, we have June, July, August. So if the car now is maybe 50 million, in July, you'll find that maybe the car has depreciated 49 million. In August, you'll find that it is around 48 million. So here you have two things that are changing, two variables. The maths are changing, but also the money, or what you call the value, is changing. Now, for such a task, it means it requires you to use what you call a scatter. So scatter is the one that we mainly use when we are comparing two things that are changing. So here it will require you to have something like a scatter or a scatter graph. Then when it comes, by using statistical graph, show how the chairman can distribute the coffee seedlings to the different communities. Now here, when it comes to distribution of the same items to the different groups, then this one will require to use what you call a pie chart. Then number 5, the hospital management wants to stock the medicine basing on the age group that visited the hospital oftentimes. Now, the moment you see such thing, oftentimes things that appear most, that means that they're requiring you to have an idea of what you call the mode. So advise them on how many children they should plan for before stocking the medicine. So now this one requires you to know the idea of what we call the histogram, because it is from the histogram where you can be able to estimate the people that appear most, because you know that in hospitals at times they stock medicine basing on how many children have appeared on that particular month. So in case, let me say we have the ages. So for this question, you can have the age of the children, and then you have the frequency, how many have come. So always, when you are making, you want to, for such a question, it will involve you to use the knowledge of drawing the histogram. Okay, another one, they can bring, okay. Another one can be the health department wants to monitor. The health department wants to monitor the trend of the red eye disease cases over the past 6 months to predict future outbreaks and manage resources effectively. Now, for such, in case they want you to estimate, in fact, even they can now here they ask them to predict the number of cases. Now, for this one, we'll be calling in for what we call the line graph. So for prediction, for things that for the trend, things that keep on trending, here it means we need a line graph. So always make sure that you revise, make sure that you give attention to those given tasks, and then think on what option are you going to use, which statistical graph is needed for that particular question. Not all the questions you will need, let me say histogram, maybe you need this and the rest. So you need to be very careful. Okay, let me now check whether St. Catherine is back. Yes, teacher. Okay. St. Catherine? Oh. Okay, Wanyang, are you ready? Okay. Okay, since, okay, I think, let me finalize with the statistics. Let me finalize with the statistics because I'm saying I'm still failing to get the other school online, but it will be very good. Let me first complete such that when they come, we can just summarize. Okay, now. Okay, now what else do you need to know? Now, in summary, what are the do's and the don'ts when you are attempting these statistical numbers? One, always we shall have our distribution table. But like I told you early, that always you must be coherent. Like there must be some logic flow. In case you are creating your class limits, let me say these are your class limits. You can put here that this is your class. But if the question has specified that the age of children, then here be specific and say this is the age. In case they have put height, put the height. In case they have said this, put such that you don't just say class. Put what is there. Is it age? Is it class? Is it what? So put age. In case they are marks, put the marks. In case it is height, put the height. In case it is time, put the time. So, and when you notice all these ones, yes, this is quantitative data. Then the next one, if the data has been given to you and it requires you to draw the frequency table, we shall expect you that now you'll have what we call the tally. Follow the order, that's what we call coherence. Where is the flow? So after tallying, we expect to have what? Frequency. And then the rest of the things can follow after. But imagine, if you do like this, let me say, you have drawn here, you have put here frequency, and then after you are putting here what we call the, you are putting here the tallies. So here there is no logic flow of work. You cannot first obtain frequency and then you go to tally. So here you're missing the scores for coherency. So you need to be very careful when it comes to the distribution table. Make sure that you have your work flows. Let there be a flow of the work that you are doing. Don't jump over that. I start with this, I go to this and this. In case it requires finding X, have the X, the mid value. In case it requires that you are going to calculate average or what, then have F of X or XF. But we don't expect you to say F of X and then after you have X. Let your work have a logic flow such that you can end up getting the right things. So that one is really very, very important. Number two, only include things you are going to use in the table. Please let us not cram. I have noticed some students, for them, they want to cram that. Let me say this is age. Since you know many things, you find yourself, you are putting even things you are not going to use. Let me say you have the tally You have maybe your frequency, you have f of x, maybe x, let me say x, you have fx. They have not asked, you are not going to use the class boundary, you put the class boundary. You are not going to use, let me say, cumulative frequency, you find yourself put. Don't put things on table that are irrelevant. Don't put things into the table that you are not going to utilize. Only put things that are irrelevant in the question. That's why we said first summarize your question such that you know what you need. In case you find that you need a histogram, then you know that for a histogram, I will need a class boundary, I will need the frequency. There is no need why you should go on and calculate the cumulative what? Frequency. The cumulative frequency will be irrelevant onto your table. And make sure that your table is always closed. In case it involves you drawing a graph, please avoid or don't draw your graph in the question paper, in the answer sheet, because you are not, the examiner has not given a graph paper for you, are not creative. You go in the paper and then you draw your, let me say you draw your histogram. The histogram must always be on any graph, any statistical graph, draw it on the squared paper. Ask for the graph paper, Don't draw it in the answer sheet. They will just put for you scene irrelevant. Always put your work in the where you are supposed to put it, which is on the squared graph. Okay. Okay, I'm continuing. Then how do we choose a class width? Now, when we are choosing a class width, it is very important. You have seen that you are going to find data of this nature, and you are going to ask yourself, how am I going to create my class? Because at the moment, they don't give you the class that start from this class to this class. But how do you know that I must create a class, or this is the class I'm going to use? Now, this is where the important thing is. Number one, the first thing always you have to do when you are creating the class to start with, one, know what are the convenient class width that are very good. The best class width is the class of 5 and 10. These are the best and they are easy for us to use. And if you have used them very many times. But how do you know that this is the class I'm going to start with? Now, one, always first find out what is the smallest value, what we are going to call the lowest value, or what we can call the minimum value in your data set. Two, identify what is your highest value, or what you call the maximum value. Now, for this particular data I have given you, you can note that the minimum value or the smallest value in that data set is 15. And then the highest value is 59. Now, how am I going to determine? One of the conditions I want to let you know is that for many of these classes, when you are generating, it is always very bad, or it will be hard for you to deal with class limits that are more than 10. And whenever you find yourself that your class are going beyond 10, then that one is not so good. So always ensure that your classes are less or equal to 10. At least be in the range of 6 to 10 classes. That is very good class limits. If you have about 6 to 10, that is very good. But when you have 4 and below, that is also very poor, because whenever the class width is very big, it means that you are oversimplifying. So your data set is going to have very many errors. So what are you going to do? Identify what is your lowest value and the highest value. Now, how do you know how many classes you are going to generate? To know the number of classes the class width you have chosen is going to take, what you do, you get the highest value minus the lowest value, divided by the class width you have chosen. Hope that is clear. To know how many class limits you are going to have, get the highest value in your data set, subtract minus the lowest value, divide by the class width. Now for this particular one, what am I going to do? My highest is 59, so I will say 59 minus the lowest value, which is 15, divide by, assuming someone has chosen 5 as the class width. So I will say 59 minus 15, divide by 5. What am I going to get? Oh, someone is writing on the screen. So here I'll end up getting 44 out of 5. Then I ask, what is 44 divided by 5? It is going to be 8.8. So this one is approximated. Whenever you get a point, it means you approximate it to the next whole number. So here it means you have 9 classes. So it means that you'll have 9 classes. What if someone had used 10 as the class width? It means you'll say 59 minus 15 out of 10. So 59 minus 15 divided by 10, you'll end up with 4.4. So here it means you have 5 what? Classes. So that's how you determine how many classes, depending on the class width you have chosen, such that you know that if I have 5 or more, those are very good. So in case someone, let me say, had chosen a class width of 2, it means you'll have 44 out of 2. So 44 out of 2, you'll end up with 2.2. So 2.2, it means that you'll have about, 44 divided by 2. Those are 22 classes. In fact, not 22 classes. Those are very many classes. You cannot be able to put them onto your graph. So first know how many classes you can formulate using the class width you have chosen. Now, what is the easiest way to know that? Now, after identifying that this is I will formulate maybe 9 classes or 5. I will go to the lowest value, that my lowest value in the data set is 15. So I'll say, let me start from 15, or it is very okay, start from the lowest value, say from 15 to, now if we have chosen that our class width is going to be 5, and we know that we are going to formulate 9 classes, that means that I will start from the lowest value in my data set, which is 15. Then 15, I'll add on my class width, and then I know it will go up to 19. So I say 15 to 19. Now the rest, that after identifying that the first class, the rest keep on adding just 5, your class width, add on 5. In case you have chosen that I'm going to use a class width of maybe 10, it means you'll say 15 to 24. So now the rest, you keep on adding here as you go down, 10, add on here 10, and then you generate that. This is going to be 15 plus 10, which is 25, 24 minus 10, 24 plus 10, which is 34. So you keep on adding as you slope down. So that is very important. Always be very careful. Know how many classes you are going to create by getting highest minus lowest value divided by the class width of your choice. They will not penalize you that maybe you have used 7, you have used 8, but like I've said, that the best class width to use is 5 or 10. So be very careful when you are dealing with such. Allow me to look in the chat. Okay, allow me to look in the chat. I'm seeing some things coming in from the chat. I want to just be sure. Okay. Okay, now that one, I think it is very clear to everyone. Okay, then I'm going to, okay, then still on those tasks, please do not forget that they require, at times they are going to require you to make an informed conclusion. So for any conclusion you are making after you have drawn your graph, after you have come up with a table, make sure you have evidence. At times they may tell you that to check out whether 60% of the children are alive, what, and the rest of that. Conclude with evidence. Don't just conclude that since, let me say they had said the average height, that maybe is 3.46, that when the average height is above 5, and then, so please conclude and say, since the average height obtained is 3.46 meters, which is below the required of 5, then this and this and this. So make an informed conclusion on the task that you have been asked. So do not just stop at that point where you have you draw the graph and you stop there. Always make a conclusion, and for the data that is measurable, things like height, those things that are measurable, height, mass, weight, and the rest of that, please, that one is very okay to have your answer left in decimal places, because all those measuring instruments that are used always have what you call an error bound. So briefly, that's what I wanted to put before we dive deep into the number. So allow me now to first pause here, and then we have another presentation. Okay, I want to ask one Yange girls, are you set now? Kindly unmute and tell us. Yange? Okay. Wanyang is not yet. I want to know St. Catherine. Okay, St. Catherine is off. Then I saw there's another school here. Sacred Heart SS Gulu. Sacred Heart SS Gulu. Kindly unmute. Sacred Heart. Sacred Heart. Yes. Oh. I'm failing to get Sacred Heart. Didas, Jean. Okay. Okay. If I'm failing, Sacred Heart, are you ready?
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I request that you unmute St. Catherine has prepared their presentation.
Okay, St. Catherine, you go on.
So we are still on number 12, St. Catherine.
Okay, as we are going through number 12, it says a layer chicken farmer decided to weigh a sample of 800 eggs on his farm in grams, optimize the packing process. The frequency distribution of the egg masses is as follows. Here we are given mass in grams and number of eggs. So from 40 to 44 grams, there are 36 eggs. 45 to 49 grams, 142 eggs. 50 to 54 grams, 286 eggs. 55, 59 grams, 238 eggs. 60, 64 grams, 76 eggs. Then 65, 69 grams, 22 eggs. Then the farmer's plan is to pack eggs in given weights. Task A, determine the median mass of an egg from the given frequency distribution. Understand the central tendency of the egg weights. So here we are having our distribution table. So we are having our class, which is mass in grams. Then frequency
You are not speaking, you speak.
our class is mass in grams. Then frequency is the number of eggs. So we are having a frequency of 36 eggs, 142 eggs, 286 eggs, 236 eggs, 76 eggs, and 22 eggs. So we have the cumulative frequency. We can get the cumulative frequency by adding the frequency vertically. So it is 36 plus 142, which is 178. Then 178 plus 286, which is 464. 238 plus 464 is 702. Then 702 plus 76 is 778. And 778 plus 22 is 800. Then we go to class boundary. Here on our class boundary, we subtract 0.5 on the class limit. Since there is no decimal place, we use 0.5. Then we add 0.5 on the upper class limit. So 40 minus 0.5 is 39.5. And 44 plus 0.5 is 44.5. 45 minus 0.5 is 44.5. 49 plus 0.5 is 49.5. Then 50 minus 0.5 is 49.5. 54 plus 0.5 is 54.5. 55 minus 0.5 is 54.5. Then 59 plus 0.5 is 59.5. 60 minus 0.5, we get 59.5. Then 64 plus 0.5, we get 64.5. And 65 minus 0.5 gets 64.5. Then 69 plus 0.5 gets 69.5. So the question wants us to determine the median mass of an egg from the given frequency distribution, understand the central tendency of the egg weights. So to get the median mass, we first to look for the median position. So our median position is equal to n out of 2, where n is the total number of eggs of the cumulative frequency. So our total number of eggs is 800 out of 2 of the cumulative frequency. So this is 400, it is 400 of the cumulative frequency. So here our median, the formula of median is lower class boundary plus n out of 2 minus cumulative frequency before out of frequency of the median into class width. So back here on our distribution table, 400 is here. $400 is around here. So this is the position of median. So we get our lowest class boundary, which is 49 plus any out of 2, which is 400 minus cumulative frequency before, cumulative frequency before the median is 178. So out of frequency of the median is 286. So our median is equaling 49.5 plus 400 minus 178 out of 286 into 5, which is the cross width. When we try to calculate, get median as 53.3811 kilogram. So I'm sorry here, the median, the mass was given in grams. So it is, median is 53.3811 grams, not kilograms. We go to number B. What would be the percentage of eggs which would be classed as large, which is over 62 grams? Here we use an ogive. On the ogive, we plot the cumulative frequency. We plot the cumulative frequency against the class boundary. So this is the cumulative frequency. These values are for the cumulative frequency. And here we have values of class boundary. So when we try to plot on the class boundary, 44.5, we have 36. We have 36 eggs. Then 49.5, we have 142 eggs. Then on 54.5, we have 286 eggs. Then 59.5, we brought an ogive, and an ogive, on the ogive, we brought the cumulative frequency against class boundary. So here we have our starting point on the class boundary as the lowest class boundary, which is 39.5. Then 44.5, we have the cumulative frequency as 36. Then 49.5, we have the cumulative frequency as 178. Then 54.5, we have 464. And 49.5 and 59.5, we have 702. Then 64.5, there is 778. And finally, 69.5, we have 800. So they want back to the question. They want the percentage of eggs which would be classed as large, over 62 grams. So here we come to our class boundary and we look for 62 grams. So here the scale of one small box, not 1 but one small box is 0.5. And 62 grams is between 59.5 and 64.5. Then one small box equals 0.5. Here we shall get 0.5. We shall keep adding 0.5 on 59.5 until we get 62. Then if we keep on adding 0.5 on 59.5, we can get 5 small boxes to reach 62 grams. So our 62 grams is here. $62 grams is around here, is here. Then we move up to our ogive until we meet. Then we move to the cumulative frequency. And we read the value, which is 750. Because on our vertical scale, 1 centimeter equals 50. Equals 50. So here we have 750, which is between 800 and 700. Here to get the number of eggs which have a mass of over 62 grams, we shall get 800. We shall get 800 eggs minus 750 eggs. To get the number of eggs over 62 grams, it is equaling to 800 minus 75, which is read from the ogive, 750. Read from the ogive, equaling to 50 eggs. So the percentage of eggs, it is 50, which is the number of eggs over 62 grams out of 800, which is the total number of eggs, times 100%. When we calculate, we get 6.25%.
So now we are going to do part C, and I'm the second discussant. My name is Ashili Zeki from St. Catherine Girls Secondary School. So part C, the farmer plans to pack eggs that weigh over 62 grams, with each pack containing 12 eggs.
if each pack costs Uganda shillings 12,000, calculate the total revenue the farmer will earn from selling all the large eggs and compare the revenue earned from selling the same eggs to a middleman who is buying at Uganda shillings 9,000. Then they're asking, what advice will you all the farmer? What advice will you offer to the farmer? So they have said that one pack is containing 12 eggs. Now we look for the value of egg packs. We are going to pack 12 eggs in the packs of 12 eggs each. So we get 50 divided by 12 and we get 4.1667 packs after calculating. And then they're asking if each pack costs Uganda shillings 12,000, calculate the total revenue the farmer will earn from selling all the large eggs. Let's first answer that. So one pack costs Uganda shillings 12,000, and then when we pack our 50 eggs in packs of 12 eggs, we get 4.1667 packs. So we calculate and we get the number of packs, 4.166 times the amount of each pack, which is 12,000, and the answer is shillings 50,000.04 Ugandan shillings. And then we go back to the question. Compare the revenue earned from selling the same eggs to a middleman who is buying at Uganda shillings 9,000. So we also first calculate for that. So we are going to get, for the middleman, we are going to get one pack costs Uganda shillings 9,000. And we get the total number of packs, which is 4.1667 packs. So they will cost 9,000 times the number of total packs, 4.1667. So the answer is Ugandan shillings 37,500.03. So let's go back to the question. They are saying, what advice will you offer to the farmer? So therefore, I advise the farmer to sell the packs of eggs at shillings 50,000.04 because there is more profits compared to when he sells them to the middleman, which is Uganda shillings, or where he will earn 37,500 shillings.03. So that is our end. Okay. We end there. And this has been St. Catherine Girls Community. We wish you a very nice day and success in the forthcoming mock and INEB exams. Thanks to the following: Chakesensia Winston, our maths teacher, Mr. Caswell Stephen, our seminar coordinator, Administration St. Catherine, for such virtual seminar. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so
question?
much. Yes, St. Catherine, take us to that last slide, the last one, which had money and the packs. That side which had money and packs. I want to make some comments, but let me first ask Teacher Nabohe, first come first. Yeah. Teacher Naboy, first comment. Oh. Teacher Nab. I wanted Mwalimu Naboy to comment first.
Yes, please.
Okay, kindly go on.
Thank you, Mr. Kaspa. Yeah, I would like to appreciate your presenter. Has presented the work quite well. Maybe with the tables you guided at first, other than just putting the class, we need to specify what quantity are you talking about. So she just wrote their class. You needed to put the mass of, was it mass of X, the quantity generally. Then, when it comes to median, many of our candidates or students find it a little bit difficult for grouped data. So I would like to guide that when it comes to cumulative frequency, the reality is that cumulative frequency means positioning. You are positioning the items according to their weight, according to their height. So maybe from the smallest up to the biggest, or from the biggest up to the smallest. This could be similar to simple data where we say we first arrange in ascending order or descending order, then we choose the median. So when you look at cumulative frequency, in this case, we have 800 eggs. So it meant that if we arrange them according to their weight, then the position of the median would be 400. Would be 400. So when we look at our data, the column of cumulative frequency, the first class has 36. That means the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, up to 36th lie in that class. And the 37th, the 38th, in that order, up to 178th lie with a mass of 45 to 49. And it means the 179th, the 180th, and in that order up to 464th, we'll have a mass of 50 to 54. So a candidate should be able to locate that position in the cumulative frequency column, which is now that 400, a candidate in 464. It is hidden in 464. We have some candidates who just divide the classes. If there are, say, 7, they take the upper 3, then the lower 3, and they take the middle one. But in this case, we have 6 of them. So when you try to take the upper 3 and the downer 3, you discover you have no interval. That's why it is very important to first locate the position of the median, which is given by n/2 as the candidate guided. Then lastly, on the each of packs, this is applied mathematics or the scenario questions. They are testing on the reality. They are packing the eggs in terms of 12. That is in dozens. A dozen has 12. So if you have 50 eggs and you are packing them in 12s, that is like bases now. We shall pack the first 12 as one pack, the next 12 as another pack, the third one as another pack, until there are 4 of them. By that time, we would have packed 48 eggs. Now, being eggs, we cannot break them. So that's where I wanted to come in, that we cannot have 4 point something packs, because we are not going to break them. So here, we shall approximate that we have 4 packets, and we work with that. Then the candidate can go ahead and comment on the other remaining 2, possibly selling them by retail. And when you look at a pack costing at 12,000, so which means each egg on the retail could cost 1,000. So they wanted the candidates or the student to come in and realize that being the eggs, we are not going to have to pack fractions. It is practically impossible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Teacher Naboy, for the submission. Amount of olives. Okay. Okay, I think it has been really answered well. So this is where we say that as students, as you try, always make sure you reason out very well, such that at least we can go on and write answers based on reasons. So St. Catherine, you'll make that correction, and then after you'll share with us your final presentation. But let me hope the rest of the schools, you have picked the idea when it comes to packaging. When it comes to packaging, let's be very careful. More so now when we meet those point something. Okay. Thank you so much for the submission, Teacher Naboy. Allow me now, I want to thank St. Catherine for the wonderful presentation. Thank you so much. I saw a question in the chat that was asking about how we find the class boundaries. Now, to find the class boundaries, we can use the error approach. So it doesn't matter. I want to the reason as why we subtract 0.5 times 0.05, there is a simple formula I think we can share, but I know teachers know it already, but let me just share it with the students such that you are very sure that whenever you meet a number, you are supposed to take an example. For numbers or for the whole numbers, let me say you have 40 to 44. In order for us to obtain our class boundaries or to know what am I going to subtract and what am I supposed to do it always depends on the error within the number. Whenever you have a whole number, in order for us to obtain the error in that number, we shall always say 0.5 times 10 power negative n. Or it will depend on the book we are reading. At times they can write a half times 10 power negative n, whereby n stands for the number of decimal places. Now take an example. In case your numbers are 40, 44, these ones are to 0 decimal place. So meaning that where there is 10 is where you put your number of decimal places. So since 40 to 44 is to 0 decimal place, I will say 0.5 times 10 power negative 10 power negative 0, or we don't have negative 0, 0 being a neutral number. So this is the same as 0, and any number to power 0 is 1, meaning that I'll have 0.5 times 1, which will give us 0.5. So meaning that here my error is going to be plus minus 0.5. So for the lower one, I will say 40 minus 0.5. Then for the upper one, I'll say 44 point, plus 0.5. In case my number is 12.1, maybe 12.1 to maybe, let me just say 14.1. So when you look at these numbers at 1 decimal place, so when I come back here to find the error, what I'm going to subtract, I will say 0.5 times 10 power negative n. Since these numbers have 1 decimal place, I will say 0.5 times 10 power negative 1. So this is the same as 0.5 times 10 power negative 1, which you can write it as 1 out of 10. And this one will give us 0.05. So it means that when it is to 1 decimal place, I will say 12.1 minus 0.05. And then for the upper one, I'll say 14.1 plus 0.05. So always, it depends on the number of decimal places to which those numbers you are dealing with are written in. In case it is to 0 decimal place, you subtract 0.5. 1 decimal place, you subtract 0.05. 2 decimal places, subtract 0.005. So it will always depend on the number of decimal places to which your number is written in. But to get that error in that particular number, always we say 0.5 times 10 power negative n, whereby n is the number of decimal places. Even if it is maybe 200, still you apply the same approach. Okay, allow me to end here, and then I invite Wanyange girls. Wanyange, kindly unmute. And then Bali, get ready. Wanyange.
Hello.
Yes. Okay. As Wanyange comes in, I'm going to request the teachers who are having students, like I'm seeing Bali SS Chira, kindly take for us some photos, and then you share with us. We want to share with the public, but also want to show the ministry that there is something taking place across the schools. Okay. Saint Wanyange, we can continue.
Hello, sir.
Yes, you are very clear. Let me spotlight you.
Yes,
okay.
Yes. Thank you so much. We are so much very unfortunate that we are supposed to be the very first one to present, but we had issues. However, we are back. Thank you so much. I want to give you back to my daughters so that they can take off from there.
Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiram Tetsinis, senior for Wanyange Girls, and me and my colleague are going to present item 1.
Good afternoon. My name is Abago Agape Penina. I'm from Wanyange Girls, senior 4. We are presenting item 1. It says, during their baking lessons, the students are given a recipe for 10 scones using the following ingredients. The 80 grams for butter, 350 grams for self-rising flour, and the 30 grams for sugar, and the 2 eggs. So meaning these ingredients that are given are only for the 10 scones. So if you mix them together, we'll get the 10 scones altogether. So the next part says, however, the student has the following ingredients and is preparing for the exhibition due to take place at school, and wishes to bake 25 scones for the exhibition because he expects parents and visitors to support his entrepreneurial venture. The 100 gram butter, 1 kilogram self-rising flour, 50 grams sugar, and the 4 eggs. So these are the present ingredients that the student has. It does not mean that the ingredients that are required to bake the 25 scones, but they are the present ingredients that the student has. Then the task, part A, Determine if the student has enough of each ingredient to bake 25 scones based on the recipe.
Before I take you through part A, our item 1 comes from the theme numbers, and it has different topics. One of the topics is ratios and proportions. And according to our part A, we need to use the knowledge of ratios and proportions in our part A. Now, they say, determine if one student has enough of each ingredient to bake the 25 scones based on the recipe. So, in our question or the scenario, we had the recipe had ingredients for only 10 scones. In this case, we first have to find the number of ingredients or the amount of each ingredient for one scone. So in this case, we are using the tabular manipulation of data. So now, this side of our table has ingredients and then quantity required for one scone. So at this moment, what you have to do in order to get the amount of each ingredient required to bake one scone is you divide 10 scones, which are required for the 80 grams. You divide, in order to get the amount of butter used in one scone, since 10 scones require 80 grams, so one scone requires 80 grams, you get 80 grams and divide by the 10 scones. Since they showed us in the question that in order for this student, or in the recipe, that in order for this student to bake 10 scones, he used 80 grams. So to find out how many grams are used in one scone, you get the 80, you divide by the 10 scones in order to get amount for one scone, which is 8 grams. So for the self-rising flour, you do the same. You divide the amount of self-rising flour needed to bake 10 scones by the 10 scones, and that is 350 grams. You divide it by the 10 scones, getting 35 grams for one scone. That means one scone only requires 35 grams. Then for the sugar, if 10 scones require 30 grams, that means one scone requires 30 divided by 10, which is 3 grams. So now you divide the 30 by the 10 in order to get the 3 grams. Then,
when you get tired, you get another person.
Then for the eggs, the 10 scones required only 2 eggs. So you get the 2 eggs divided by the 10 scones in order to get the amount of eggs needed or required to bake one scone. And when you divide the 2 by 10, you get 0.2 eggs. And remember, in our question, it asks us to determine the ingredients to bake 25 scones. So now, if we have the ingredients needed to bake one scone, in this case, we use the amount of this one ingredient and you multiply by the 25 scones to be baked. So now, in this case, we also use another table which has ingredient and quantity. That means now, since we have the quantity of one scone, we can easily get the quantity of 25 scones. So now for the butter, one scone requires 8 grams. So 25 scones require 25 times 8 grams. So now, when you multiply 25 by 8 grams, you get 2,000 grams, which is the amount of butter required to bake 25 scones. So for the self-rising flour, you do the same. One scone requires 35 grams. You multiply the 25 grams by the 35 grams of self-raising flour needed to bake 1 scone in order to get the amount needed to bake 25 scones, which is 875 grams. Then for the sugar, 1 scone requires 3 grams. So 25 scones require 25 times 3 grams, hence getting 75 grams. Then the eggs, 1 scone requires 0.2 eggs. So to get the amount needed for 25 scones is 25 times 0.2, getting the amount of 5 eggs. So now the question asks us to determine if the student has enough of each ingredient to bake the 25 scones based on the recipe. So that means after us getting the quantities needed for the 25 scones, we have to relate with the old quantities which they have given us in the scenario. For that, we have to relate them with the available. We have to relate them with the available ingredients. So now we use another table for easy manipulation and understanding. So now this time round our table has 3 columns. But before our table, in the equation they said 1 kilogram of self-raising flour. But then the values or the unit of measurement we are using now is grams. So we have to calculate the 1 kilogram to grams. And 1 kilogram is equal to 1,000 grams. That means this student has 1,000 grams available. So now, in this table, you get the ingredients available, quantity available, and then the quantity you have calculated for the 25 scones, and then you comment. So for the butter, the amount available for the butter is 100 grams, but then 25 scones require 200 grams. So that means, in conclusion, the butter is not enough. Then for the self-raising flour, the student has 1,000 grams and he only needs 875 grams. That means he has enough self-raising flour. Then sugar, he has 50 grams, but he needs 75 grams. That means the amount is not enough. Then eggs, he has only 4 eggs, but then he needs 5 eggs. So that means the amount is also not enough. So in conclusion, in our part A, the student does not have enough butter, sugar, and eggs required for baking the 25 scones, as it is shown here. But then he has enough of the self-raising flour. Then part B. Part B. Determine how much more of each ingredient the student needs to buy. Since now we know the ingredients, the available ingredients, and the ingredients required to bake 25 scones, you get the amount which is required to bake 25 scones, and you subtract the available quantity from it in order to get the additional quantity. But then our table now is only consisting of 3 ingredients, which is butter, sugar, and eggs. This is because the self-raising flour in the first place was enough. So when you get the 200 grams, which is required to bake 25 scones, and you subtract 100 grams from them, you get 100 grams. So that means we only need 100 grams as the additional quantity to the butter available. So now you also get the 75 grams, which is required to bake the 25 scones, and you subtract the 50 grams which are available in order to get 25 grams. That means that you only need 25 grams to add on the 50 in order to get the 75 which are required to bake the 25 scones. Then you get the 5 eggs and you subtract 4 eggs in order to get the 1 additional egg you need. So now, in our conclusion in part B, the student needs to buy 100 grams of butter, 25 grams of sugar, and 1 egg for the addition to the ingredients available. So that was our part B. Then part C says, if the price of the ingredients are as follows: butter, 5,000 shillings per 100 grams. Self-rising flour, 6,000 shillings per kilogram. Sugar, 1,000 shillings per 50 kilograms. Then eggs, 500 shillings per egg. Calculate the total cost of the additional ingredients. So now, we have to calculate the total cost of the additional ingredients. But then, in our part B, we have already calculated for the additional ingredients, which is 100 grams of butter, 25 grams of sugar, and 1 egg. And in our question, or in this part C, they clearly stated that 100 grams of butter cost 5,000 shillings. That means we are not going to calculate for the butter, since it is just obvious. Then, the sugar. The sugar, they said 50 grams cost 1,000 shillings. That means we have to get the amount of the 25 grams. In order to get the amount of the 25 grams, you get the 25, divide by the 50 grams, and you multiply by the cost, which is 1,000 shillings. And so now you get 500 shillings after dividing and multiplying. That means the amount needed for sugar is 500 shillings. So it is also clearly stated in the question that 1 egg costs 500 shillings. And then they asked us to calculate for the total cost of the additional ingredients needed. So that means we have to add the cost of the butter, sugar, and the eggs. When you add up 5,000 plus 500 plus 500 shillings, you get 6,000 shillings. Then our part D says, determine how much the student should sell its corn. Electricity and other expenses are provided free by the school. So now, in order for us to calculate how much the student has to sell for what its corn, we have to first get the amount incurred, or the input of all, the total money he incurs in the making of the scones, such that we can get and suggest the correct amount of money. So in this case, you get the 200,000, the 20 grams, the 200 grams of butter, and you multiply them by the 5,000 shillings, since it is the cost for what? In order to get the amount of money needed for the 200 grams used in the baking of the 25 scones, you first need to determine the amount of money. So they have given us in the question that 100 grams of butter costs 5,000 shillings. So in order for us to determine how much money is required for 200 grams, you get the 200 grams and you divide it by the 100 grams. You divide by the 100 grams and then multiply by the 5,000 shillings. Hence getting 10,000 shillings. Then for the self-rising flour, they said in the question that 1 kilogram costs 6,000 shillings. But then, according to our calculations, we are using, our units are in grams. So now we have to first convert the kilogram to grams. 1 kilogram costs 6,000 shillings. Since behind, we had calculated that we had said that 1 kilogram is equals to 1,000 grams. That means 1,000 grams is the cost of 1,000 grams costs 6,000 shillings. So now, to calculate for the 875 grams of self-rising flour, you get 875, you divide by the 1,000 grams times the total cost of the 1,000 grams. Hence getting 5,250 shillings. 250 shillings. Then for the sugar, 50 grams cost 1,000 shillings. Then how much does 75 grams cost? You get 75 grams, which are required for baking 25 scones. And then you divide by the 50 times the 1,000 shillings. Hence getting 1,500 shillings. Then the eggs. 1 egg costs 500 shillings. And then we need the cost of 5 eggs. So you get the cost of 1 egg times the 5 eggs, getting 2,500 shillings. So now, in order for us to get the total cost incurred in the input, or the total input, or the total money used in the baking of the 25 scones, we have to get the amount, the total amount of the 200 grams used in the baking of 25 scones, the total amount of money for the 200 grams, plus the total amount of money for the 875 grams of self-rising flour, plus the amount of 75 grams of sugar, and then the 5 eggs, whereby you add the 10,000 plus the 5,250 plus the 1,500 and the 2,500, getting 19,250 shillings as the total cost incurred in the making of the 25 scones. So at this level, we have to determine the cost of 1 scone. And then in the explanation, I had said that in order for us to get the cost of the 1 scone, you get the total cost or the total input, and you divide by the number of scones. So you divide, you get the total cost, which is 19,250 shillings. We have to get the total cost incurred divided by the number of scones. So it's 19,250 shillings divided by the 25 scones baked. Hence getting 770 shillings. But in the Ugandan currency, we do not have 70 shillings. So in this case, we suggested that the student should sell its scone at 1,000 shillings. Why? Because if this student is selling its cone at 1,000 shillings, he will make a profit, and he will make a profit when he's selling the at 1,000, and also he will be able, and also that 770 shillings is the cost price without the profit. That means if this student wants to sell the 25 scones in the exhibition where there are going to be parents and visitors, he needs to at least add some amount of money to that 770 shillings in order for him to make profits and also value for the time he incurs in making. So if he sells its cone at 1,000 shillings, that means he has a profit of 230 shillings on its cone. And now, if he has a profit of 230 shillings on his cone, how much profit or how much money will he get from the 25 scones? So you get that 230 shillings times the 25 scones, hence getting 5,750 shillings. So for this matter, therefore, we zero to the total cost of one scone as 1,000 shillings, according to our explanation below. Thank you for listening. Any question?
Yes, thank you so much, Wanyange. Cynthia Ann has a question. Oh, okay. I can start with Celery Town.
You are saying that the cost of buying one thing should be 1,000 shillings. But in the question, they've indicated that the student wants to earn profit. And mark two, if it is rounding to the nearest coin, therefore, you should have rounded to 800 Uganda shillings that is available there. And mark two, the student was not in serious need of money. So what can you say about that?
According to the question, the site suggests, and according to our thinking and interpretation of the question, and according to the applications of the topics of business math in daily life, we need to make profit on each and everything we are doing. This student is not just making the 25 scones to show off or something like that in the exhibition, but he needs to make profit in each and everything he's doing. And maybe he needs some pocket money. So if he just uses the 19,000, 25,000 he had to make the 25 scones, then what will he gain? Nothing. Thank you.
In addition, if you want us to round up to 800 shillings, which profit will he make? To 800 shillings. The profit will be the 800 minus 770 to get only 30 shillings. This is no profit. You won't gain anything.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, Saturday Town, one of the reasons as to why people come up with business, at the end of the day, they want to gain something from them. So that's why we say that we need always now to put in a lot of critical thinking. So any answer,
Let me ask.
That is above, any answer that is above 770 would be an appropriate answer, would be a very good answer. Because when even you look at shillings in Uganda, ask yourself, can you be able to get 70 Ugandan shillings? How will you be able to account for that? So in Uganda, we can only have 50. So when you say 770, it cannot really work out. So, and always remember, you are looking at maximizing the profits. That is the reason as why people come up with the business ideas. How can you maximize the profits? So for suggestive questions, give an answer according to your view, but you must also go on and reason and give the reason as to why you have chosen that particular answer. So 1,000 was really very nice. But if you went on for 800, you'd as well be marked right. But now in the business sense, it means that you get little profits, which wouldn't make more sense. So 1,000 was very fine. Okay, St. Catherine, question? Okay, I'm not getting St. Catherine. Okay, St. Joseph Kakindu.
Can you hear me, Mr. Kazavan?
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Oh, this is St. Catherine representing. I have one query on the conclusion. Someone who came with that suggestion that I'm not, you have not bought that suggestion. Because they are asking that how much should those cones be sold after looking at the cost of those ingredients for each scone. I think the amount, the selling price for each scone now should be greater than the total cost for each scone's ingredients, meaning that in order for the person to make profit, the amount, the selling price should be greater than what the person puts in, meaning that it cannot be a guarantee that we set a certain price to be 1,000 to be amount. No, I think we can put the conclusion that each scone should be sold at the amount which is greater than 770, not specifically certain amount, but as long as the amount is greater than 770, which is the cost for the ingredients of each scone. I beg to submit.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, that is also very fine. It is very, very fine. It is okay. Yes, but also we need to take into mind, like mainly when we come to the Ugandan money, because when someone says 779, it is still above 770, of which we do not have in Ugandan shillings. When someone says 790, still we don't have it in Ugandan shillings. So it must be, when you are suggesting, it must be something that we can attain in Ugandan shillings. So probably I would propose that maybe if someone says something that is beyond maybe 800 or something greater or equal to 800, that one can be a good conclusion. But for it, any answer, as long as it is above that, it can be marked, more so when they tell you to make a suggestive conclusion. But that is a good submission. Thank you so much, St. Catherine. Okay, I think, can we, yes, Kakindu?
The question is, at here they say that the self-rising flour is 6,000 shillings per kilogram. But according to the question, this 1 kilogram, it was already there. So when you are calculating the expenses there, you must calculate it for 6,000, not like you did and you calculated for 875 grams, because you can't take back, you can't say that I'm going to take back this 1 kilogram and I use the 870 grams. So you must calculate using the 6,000 to come up with the money. And additional here, when you are getting the money which you are going to sell it's like you are going to say that I'm going to sell above the money you have got, above this. You can't say that I'm going to sell at 770 or 800. You are going to sell above, because different people have different way of selling their. So one can say, I'm going to sell my product at 1,000. You can sell at 8,000, at 1,800.
Yeah.
Okay, first of all, in real life, above 770 shillings can even mean 771 shillings. So it is better off if you suggest an amount as the adjudicator said, that an amount which is better or greater than 800 shillings or equal to. So, and first of all, why we calculated for the 875 grams, it is because when he was producing, or when he's going to produce the 25 scones, he's only going to use the 875 grams, not the 1 kilogram. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yes. Lastly, we are going to take one. So in English, I think suggest means like propose. What do you propose? Yeah. So then Mount of Olives. Okay. 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 Allow me now to first allow St. still Wanyange to take us through the other second question. Then from Wanyange, we shall again now invite Mbali SS. After that question, Mbali SS, you are coming. But in case you still have some more questions, kindly have them in the chat. Have them in the chat such that at least we can. So I think you have seen how interesting this new curriculum is. You cannot have just one answer. One answer alone may not be one answer. So you'll find that the question at times may require us to have very many answers. It will depend on someone's reasoning. So it will always depend on how you do your reasoning. Sincere Anne, kindly first submit. Sincere Anne.
First of all, on number C, they wanted the amount for the additional ingredients, and he had some ingredients already. Now for us, on the amount, we are finding for all the ingredients plus the ones he had, yet we are supposed to find for the additional ingredients. Correct that, please.
Okay, for the amount of the additional ingredients, it means in the first place, they asked us to calculate how much he needs to add on the available ingredients. At first, he had some ingredients. For example, on butter, he had already 100 grams. But then in our calculations, we found out that he needed more 100 grams to add on the available 100 grams. So the amount of each ingredient he needed to add on the available or actual grams provided in the question is the amount you're supposed to calculate for. So you're supposed to calculate for the amount of money which is required to buy the additional ingredients like the 100 grams, the 25 grams, and the 1 egg needed in the baking of the scones. That is it.
Why did you calculate for all?
So now, why we calculated for all, we needed the total cost incurred for the procedure or for the baking of all the scones. Yes. Thank you. You can take over the second item.
Good afternoon to you. My name is Pekuriza Sharon. I'm in Form 4 from Wanyange Girls Secondary School.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Chobla Gloria from Wanyange Girls Senior 4. So you are going to be taking you through item 4. And the item comes from the theme patterns and algebra from the topic equations and inequalities. So our question reads, the company manager is organizing a party for her colleagues. The cost of renting a local hall is 2 million Uganda shillings for the evening. She then has to budget for food, which will cost approximately 2,000 shillings per person. the manager needs to ensure that the total cost of the evening stays within her budget. And the manager has a maximum budget of 5 million Uganda shillings.
It's a plan.
So this is the summary of our question. In our question, we were given the renting for a local hall, which was 2 million Uganda shillings. Then budget for food, which was approximately 2,000 Uganda shillings per person. Then the maximum budget of the manager was 5 million Uganda shillings. Our task was, part A was telling us to write down a formula connecting the total cost of the evening with the number of people attending.
So, since we had to determine the total cost, to determine the formula connecting the total cost of the evening with the number of people attending, we also need to know what is the total cost for the number of people attending. So in our summary here, we just have the maximum cost, but we really also need to know the formula that is for the total cost. In this, we shall let the total cost So we shall let the total cost be C. And we also don't know the number of people that are attending. So we shall also have an unknown for the total number of people attending. So in this way, we are supposed to find the relationship. So we shall first have to come up with a formula that will show us the cost. So for this, since we don't know the number of people that are going to eat this food, that are going to have to pay this amount for the food, we shall multiply this times the A. And for this first cost, they told us that it's the rent for the evening. And if it's the rent for the evening, this amount of money has to be paid no matter the number of people. So this amount is a constant amount. So in this way, our total cost will be 20,000 N plus 20,000 N Uganda shillings plus 2 million Uganda shillings. So this is the formula that is showing us the cost. So, but here, this amount that we were told is the maximum. But here we are required to find the maximum, the formula that connects the total cost to the number of people. So in this way, since they have told us the maximum is this, we have, this is our total cost. This is our maximum total cost. So if this is the maximum total cost, it means that the total cost for the number of people should be less than or equal to 5 million Uganda shillings. That is the formula that shows us a connection between the total cost for the evening and the number of people attending. So this is the one for part A. So in part B, we are also required to find the total cost for the evening if the people attending are 25. So in this second part of ours, we are told that the total number of people attending are 25, which means that N is represented by 25. For that reason, we shall substitute in our formula for cost that we have got here. In our formula for total cost, where there is N, we shall be substituting 25, since we are looking for the total cost for the people, for the evening, if 25 people are attending. So when we substitute, we multiply 20,000 times 25. Then after that, we add each all plus 2 million Uganda shillings. When we add it, we shall get 2,500,000 Uganda shillings, and this would be the total cost for 25 people attending that evening. So we shall proceed to part C, where we are required to find the greatest number of is able to invite. So since we are required to find the total number of people, we are required to find the maximum number of people that are attending. First, we came up with a formula which show we have that the maximum money that should be for the budget is 5 million Uganda shillings, which means for us to get the maximum number of people that are attending, we have to know that this must be the money, this must be the total cost for the budget. So for this reason, from our formula that you had at first, which was 20,000 N plus 2 million Uganda shillings is less than or equal to 5 million shillings, 5 million Uganda shillings. From there, we shall derive, since they have told us to get the maximum, the greatest, which means that our total cost will be equal to 5 million Uganda shillings. So there we shall come up with 20,000 N plus 2 million Uganda shillings. Plus 2 million Uganda shillings, which will be equal to 5 million Uganda shillings. Here, we shall have to find the value of N, and the value of N, we shall subtract 2 million Uganda shillings on both sides, so that this side we can remain with only 20,000 N. So we shall subtract it from both sides, minus 2 million Uganda shillings, and this side, 5 million Uganda shillings, minus 2 million Uganda shillings. So when we subtract, here we remain with 0. So we shall remain with 20,000 N, and this side we shall have 3 million Uganda shillings. So here, since we are looking for N, we shall divide both sides by 20,000 and this side 20,000, so that we can get the total number of people. That will be the maximum number of people that she is able to invite. So after dividing here, we shall remain with N. Then this side we shall have 150 people. Since our N is for the total number of people attending, which means that after finding N, it tells us that this is the maximum, the greatest number of people that the manager can invite. So from here, we shall proceed to part D, whereby we are told that in the end, only 16 people will attend. So after all that, the manager decided that 16 people will attend. So we are required to calculate how much each person shall be charged so that the manager covers her cost. So to find out, since we are required to find out how much the manager, how much each person should be charged so that the manager covers her cost. So for this reason, we are given that the value of N, which is the number of people, is 16. So we shall have to find the cost for 16 people. So we have to find the amount of money that the manager will pay for 16 people. We shall use our formula that we had at the beginning, whereby cost is 20,000 N plus 2 million Uganda shillings. So we are given N as 16, so we shall substitute 20,000 times 16 plus 2 million Uganda shillings. After that, 20,000 times 16, we get 320,000 Uganda shillings plus the 2 million Uganda shillings. After that, we shall add, and we shall come up with 2,320,000 Uganda shillings. So this is the total cost that the manager will use for 16 people. In this way, we were told that we have to find how much each person should be charged so that the manager covers her costs. So we are told that for 16 people, it will be 2,320,000 Uganda shillings. So if 16 people is 2,320,000 Uganda shillings, to find how much each person has to contribute, we have to divide this money equally so that each person contributes the same. So we shall divide 2,320,000 shillings by 16. So when we divide, we shall get 145,000 Uganda shillings. So we shall get 145,000 Uganda shillings. So this is the amount of money that each person has to contribute so that the manager can cover all her costs. That's it for item 4. If there is any question, you can ask.
Yes, thank you so much, Wanyange girls. Let us first take on 2 questions, one from Gulu SS and Biguli SS. Biguli Secondary ask and Sacred Heart SS Gulu you can ask. Okay. Okay. Yetula SS. Okay. Yes. Okay, as they are trying to ask, I'm going to ask the person on the camera to take me to that first part of the board where you were explaining something where you started from. Yes, the cameraman kindly move us. There's something I want to say about the first board. Okay, when Wanyanga was starting, okay, Wanyanga, there is one question here as you take me through that part. Is it okay if I use the inequality sign for part C, since the total cost is not to exceed 5 million?
Yes.
For part C, someone is asking, is it okay if I use the inequality sign for part C, since the total cost is not to exceed 5 million?
In part 6,
yes,
we were told to find the greatest number of people, which means that you can't use this saying because they have really told you that you can use the maximum, whereby you have to find the maximum number of people. So in this way, you can use the maximum. If I use this sign, I'll come up here with an answer, which is having that n should be less than or equal to 150 people. So I would not be telling you what's the greatest. So here, you have to use the equal sign because it will show me exactly what it is.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'm going to ask the first presenter to move away. I want to throw some light on that part. Now, dear children, if you can look very well on how Wanyange started their question, is the same way we are supposed to start these word problems. Whenever they don't define the different variables to use in the question, kindly go on and define what you are going to use in the question. You can clearly see that they said, let the total cost be C. So for questions that require to formulate, let me say equations, that require to formulate mathematical expressions, please, you must go on and define whatever thing you are going to use. Don't start from somewhere and say, C is equal to this and this without defining what you are going to use. So always make sure you define the different variables you are going to use throughout your question. Don't just go directly that X plus this without defining what you are going to use. So thank you so much, Wanyange. It was really very, very nice.
You're welcome.
Okay. Gulu SS, do you have a question? Okay. Okay, I think it is very okay. Thank you. Wanyango, we shall call you for the last number. I want us to first have Mbale SS. Mbale. Mbale
Okay,
SS.
sir. We shall be coming in for the last number.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome, dear.
Okay. Okay, Mbale SS. Okay, Mbale SS is joining. I want to know Teacher Lawrence from Wante Secondary School in Mayuge. Thank you so much for connecting Wante Secondary School in Mayuge. We are grateful and we can't wait to see you present for the... Okay.
This is Mbale Secondary School.
Okay, Mbale SS, good.
We're using Mbale Secondary School.
You're using Mbale Secondary?
Yes. Give us space to share.
Okay. You are good to go. Those who may still have some more questions, kindly put them in the chat. Okay, I also want to appreciate Kashen SS and Canon Mark. Thank you so much. I think we have been having Lukungiri on the board. Okay, Mbali SS, we are there. We are good to go.
You write down the night.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fanyaru from Bala Secondary. I'm so delighted that I'm going to present for you this afternoon. Me and together with my colleagues are going to present item 5 and item 18, which is item 5, which is analyzing patterns and algebra. Item 5 says, your friend is shopping at the supermarket for salad with a she wants to buy the calculator that originally cost 110,000. The store has reduced the price of the calculator by 35%. Additionally, today there is an extra market markdown of 40% applied to the sales price of the calculator. That's essay. Develop a function that calculates the sale price of the calculator, where X is the original price of the calculator. Bye-bye.
That viewers, let's wait. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fanyaru from Bala Secondary School, Form 4A. I'm so delighted that you're going to present for it this afternoon together with my colleague.
Good afternoon. My name is Naman Abdul, a student at Bala School, S.4.
Good afternoon, viewers. My name is Masa Bright Rosen, student of Bala Secondary School, Senior 4.
Hi, everyone. My name is Olivia. I'm student of Bala Senior 4.
Item number 5. Your friend is shopping at a supermarket in Kampala during a clearance sale. We want to buy a calculator that originally costs 120,000 Uganda shillings. The store has reduced the price of all calculators by 35% for us sale. Additionally, today, there is an extra markdown of 40% applied to the sale price of all calculators. Now, this question we assume In this question, we assume that this is our friend who went to the supermarket in Kampala, get a calculator. This calculator was originally costing 120,000. But however, there was a discount of 35%. But discount is all about reduction. So we have 120,000. That is the original price of the calculator, which was reduced by 35%. Was reduced by 35% of the original price.
First of all, in addition to that, 120,000 is the original price. So, it being the original price, when you read that item 5, it is from the knowledge of patterns and algebra. So, they are saying that by using the knowledge of functions, you calculate the
Develop a function that calculates a sell price of a calculator, where X is the original price of the calculator.
By developing the function, so our function is going to be in this form. First of all, I'm going to let this 120,000 to be X. By developing the function, I'm going to say that F into X. Continue the question.
Develop a function that calculates a sell price of the calculator today, where X is the original price of the calculator.
But because we're going there, first of all, you should know what discount is all about. As we studied in business estimates, they also brought a discount, and the discount had a definition whereby the market price is deducted. Oh, discount means that the money deducted on the market price. So our discount was 35%.
Develop a function that calculates the sell price of the calculator today, where X is the original price of the calculator.
But by following that scenario, our F into X, which is the original price, is going to be equal to X, which is the original price, being given a discount of 35% of X. So X is going to be deducted by 35% of the original price, which is X.
Develop a function that calculates the sell price of the calculator. X is the original price.
This is our first expression.
Maybe to add on that, X is the original price of the calculator.